Tes 1, 2, 3. Mantep nggak? Mantep nggak? Halo? Kenapa?
Oh, di sini.
Tes 1, 2,
Halo,
3.
tes 1, 2, 3.
Halo. Tes 1, 2, 3.
1, 1, 1,
Paper
1.
title
1, 1,
1. Mantap nggak?
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Cek 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 1, 1, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. Aman ya?
Recording in progress.
Asia, with its vast and steady growth, has turned itself into the leader of global economy. Indonesia, with its strategic position, has the chance to take the major role in this era. In order to build global partnerships and counteract the threats, strategic policies should be taken. To enhance the nation's competitive advantage, further approach through in-depth, comprehensive studies and researches are crucial. With our long history, has proved ourselves to be a reliable academic institution. After successfully adapting into distinct programs, in 2016, Officially, the program turned into School of Strategic and Global Studies. School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia contributes the cause by producing qualified human resources and studies. Situated in the heart of Jakarta, the School of Strategic and Global Studies provides a variety of courses on multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary studies at the master's levels.
In my humble opinion, I can say that I have a good impression at the first sight. An atmosphere and ambience here support us to gain more and achieve more other than merely classes and handouts.
I think that is a very promising because of the multidisciplinary approach that Universitas Indonesia offers us to study. For another reason, the situation that I actually got in the classes is a lot of interesting current issues that we're talking about, so it's academically fulfilling for me.
With dedicated and qualified lecturers from academic and practical background, School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia produce scholars and practitioners that will ready for global challenges. Together, we build the nation for a better world.
This is Indonesia, a land of immeasurable diversity, a land that offers vast opportunities. This is the nexus of hopes and aspirations from across the archipelago.
Bersama, kami berikan kontribusi nyata lewat inovasi, karya cipta, dan pencapaian lain sesuai bidang ilmu. Dari UI, untuk Indonesia yang toleran, unggul, dan bermartabat.
Welcome to Universitas Indonesia. Since our beginnings, Universitas Indonesia has been continually evolving and building upon our achievements. We have become the biggest, best, and leading university in Indonesia and also Asia. Here at Universitas Indonesia, the best and brightest from across the region come to study. From diverse backgrounds, we build an intellectual community that enriches and enhances humanity. For superior generations, Universitas Indonesia provides world-class learning facilities. We implement state-of-the-art technology for research and industrial development. Our campus is accessible to all, also to the disabled. This is our commitment for realizing an inclusive educational environment. Universitas Indonesia is fully supported by environmentally friendly transportation and sustainable energy systems. We take pride in being a green and sustainable campus. Universitas Indonesia partners with relevant stakeholders to facilitate and provide ease of comfort for day-to-day activities for all our academic community. We recognize that each individual is unique, with unique talents and interests. As such, Universitas Indonesia provides opportunities for every individual to develop themselves to their fullest. Universitas Indonesia provides and fully supports students with great facilities and activities so that students are able to develop and grow to become their best. embrace our diversity to grow the future together. For Indonesia, for the world. Universitas Indonesia. Unity in diversity. Universitas Indonesia. Veritas, Probitas, Justitia.
What brings change to the world? It is not area, nor volume, nor quantity, but the collision of thoughts and integration of wisdom. In communication, we pursue harmony. Through integration, we promote tolerance and understanding. Individual parts form a community. Our community creates synergy. Hence, wisdom inspires wisdom. Thought enlightens thought. "15 universities in Asia join hands to establish a community of innovation and wisdom. And set a new global benchmark in higher education collaboration. Integrate Asian wisdom. Shape a better future." Asian Universities Alliance.
Welcome to Writing Coaching Clinics. This is the first program series of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. For these Writing Coaching Clinics, the two focus groups are arranged according to the major conference area.
I'll be giving a short lecture on academic and research paper publications and the lesson learned. So I will be talking from my own personal experience.
And my aim here really is to share some of my personal views and experiences with what I consider to be good writing practice, remembering of course that there are many personal styles and approaches to academic writing.
This is where you also like to often outline the example here. So this is again the example that I take from the Q1 journal. So as you can see here, they start by mentioning the the general topic.
I would like to say thank you to the organizing committee for inviting me to this coaching event. It's been a very nice experience for me preparing.
So I'm grateful for this opportunity, especially for the past 2 days. I learned a lot on my break room. It's called Strategic and Global Study Group.
We observed the public lecture and the coaching discussions in yesterday till very moment just now. All of the sections in yesterday, so I can conclude that the purpose of this event has been accomplished completely.
Standby. Okay. Okay. MC ready? Okay. Okay. Moderator okay? Okay. Okay. Good. And 3, 2, 1, go.
Right. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Now we will have the national anthem of Indonesia.
Okay. So this will be a semi-coaching session. I'll be talking for about 40 minutes or so, and at the same time, in your writing, you would like to avoid those two manuscripts of paper that you already have. Go on and go on.
Just keep on gathering data forever and still not be completely, satisfied that we've completed. It's the same problem I was mentioning before. There is so much information out there.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Petra, for you to insightful answer. About 3 hours together, hopefully the material presented by you, knowledge, new information, all of us, especially in order to improve the quality of our paper.
And see you on the second day of Writing Coaching Clinics of 2021 and ICSGS Academic Conference tomorrow. See you and thank you all. In this focus group today, if you need any assistance, feel free to contact me through the chat. You received this. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us. After these, we are to proceed to lobby, and we will have some announcements also for the closing remarks, as well as the attendance link for your reference. So please let me lead you to the lobby, and thank you, and also see you in the next event. We proudly present this program pre-conference seminar to accommodate the conference participants across universities to have a roundtable research sharing discussion. thank you to the focus groups discussants and audience to join the significant program.
I would like to welcome you all to the pre-conference seminar, the second program series of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. I am Dr. Lin Yola. I'm really honored to have this opportunity to chair this event.
There is no doubt that the pandemic crisis threatens almost all sectors of the global system.
The process of transitioning from pandemic to endemic, vaccination is necessary condition.
We will be witnessing less development of malls, condominium, everything will be flattened. Do you see any particular difference in the future when we are becoming flat in the society, Professor?
Yeah, it needs, thank you for this marvelous question. The most hurt probably the big capitalists, okay, the investor, the developer.
Now we are forced to manage the pandemic. What should be the main gap or strategies in overcoming for the long-term solution?
Because when we fail for that, the impact will be double or triple. Because not only victims due to the disaster itself, but also multiple impact to the pandemic.
Our financial framework in Indonesia is annually filled out by the government, local government.
So actually we already have several programs in order to help the poor that impact from the pandemic.
My discussion is on the behavioral economics health belief model and institutional quality and exploratory analysis on the predictors of intention to receive the COVID-19 vaccine.
Actually, I will present orally. I won't use any slides over here.
International cooperation in the fight against the pandemic has triggered systematic reflection on the current international health governance.
Enhanced methane capture by metal organic frameworks for atmospheric restoration. So the reason why this is a big problem.
I will talk about today the project we are running at the moment, and I'd like to start with a short video. It is just 1 minute.
So I'm very happy to have this opportunity to share our research findings on this topic.
Now, the long-run coefficient were estimated using full modified OLS estimator, as you can see in the slide.
The topic of presentation have been ranging from energy strategy and then the COVID-19 pandemic in Malaysia.
Anyway, in our session, we're all looking at mainly on the GHG emission of greenhouse gas.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim, for leading our plenary session today, and also Prof. Dato Ahmad. And the session has been exceptionally exciting. So thank you to our respected moderators. Thank you everyone for your participation.
Excellencies, honorable guests and participants, welcome to the opening ceremony of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. The School of Strategic and Global Studies, Universitas Indonesia, collaborates with Asian Universities Alliance, AUA, present this significant academic conference with a grand theme of global strategies for a resilient and sustainable post-pandemic world towards a better future for all. This academic conference is jointly organized by Universitas Indonesia, the University of Tokyo, Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology, Tumsat, University of Malaya, and UCSI universities. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in both Zooms and YouTube streaming, this academic conference is a 2-day consecutive program of plenary discussion forums and parallel presentation by remarkable speakers and significant authors across continents, academics, scientists, practitioners, and policymakers from various specializations related to strategic global and sustainable development studies to share their trans, or multidisciplinary research findings and professional experience. I am Dr. Jeffrey Abdul Razak, your Masters of Ceremony of this event today. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to welcome with honors our Excellencies. Dr. HCIR Haji Soeharto Mono Arfa, Honorable Minister of National Development Planning, Republic of Indonesia. Sri Mulyani Indrawati, SE, MSc, PhD, Honorable Minister of Finance, Republic of Indonesia. Professor Ari Kunchoro, SE, MA, PhD, Rector of Universitas Indonesia. Professor Q Yong, President of Asian Universities Alliance. Arthur Subroto, PhD, Director of SSGS Universitas Indonesia. Dr. Eva Asjani Zulfa, Vice Director of SSGS Universitas Indonesia. Professor Dr. Chandra Wijaya, MCMM, Dean, Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Indonesia. DRG Baiduri Widanarko, MKKK, PhD, Head of International Office, Universitas Indonesia. Professor Ryosuke Shibasake, the University of Tokyo, Japan. Professor Nobuaki Kubo, Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology, Japan. Professor IR Dr. Kaharudin bin Dimyanti, University of Malaya, Malaysia. Dr. Grace Ng Hui Suan, UCSI University, Malaysia. Dr. Lin Yola, Chairman of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference, SSGS, Universitas Indonesia. And today, we are grateful to have the honorable plenary speakers. Emeritus Professor Stefano Verassi, University of California, Davis, United States of America. Professor Dr. I.R. Riri Fitrisari, UI Green Matrix and SDG, Universitas Indonesia, Indonesia. Professor Neil Collins, Nazarbayev University, Kazakhstan. Gwynne Sebastian Peters, PhD, Director in Code of Conduct Bureau, Nigeria. We are pleased to have the respected discussion with us today. Professor Datuk Dr. Ahmad bin Ibrahim, Fellow of Academy Science Malaysia, UCSI University, Malaysia. Jun J.E. Gande, SA, Region of North Minahasa, Indonesia. And we are also pleased to welcome today's moderator, Professor I.R. Gunawan Cahyono, M.Arch, PhD, Universitas Indonesia, Indonesia. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you please respectfully direct your attention to the host country, Indonesian National Anthem. Respectfully welcome National Anthems of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, let me again extend a very warm welcome to each and every one of you to the 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. Now, without further ado, we would like to invite our respected conference chairman of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference, Dr. Lin Yola, for delivering her conference message. Please welcome Dr. Lin.
Thank you, Dr. Jeff. Excellencies, distinguished speakers, honorable guests, respected participants, ladies and gentlemen. Very good afternoon and good morning or evening to some of you in some other countries. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace and prosperity be upon us all. Welcome to the 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. I'm Dr. Lin Yola. I'm greatly honored to have this opportunity to chair this event. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, pandemic has brought a real threat to all sectors in our global life. It is clear that we have no choice but to urge the strategic solutions to respond to the pandemic crisis. A firm and extensive adaptations and mitigation agenda are needed to achieve a responsive, holistic actions for ongoing crisis and a pandemic adaptable resilience and the sustainable future world for everyone. Therefore, this year, School of Strategic and Global Studies, Universitas Indonesia, proudly collaborates with Asian Universities Alliance, AUA, to present its yearly academic conference with the big theme of Global Strategies for a Resilient and Sustainable Post-Pandemic World Towards a Better Future for All. In order to lifting a holistic scientific information and idea on the global and local context of pandemic adaptations and mitigation strategies, the 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference welcome remarkable speakers, presenters, and innovative participants range from academics, practitioners, policymakers, and societies worldwide from the various specializations related to strategic and global studies and sustainable development approaches to share their inter-trans multidisciplinary research findings and professional experience. Following the firm objective, the 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference presents 3 virtual program series: the Writing Coaching Clinics, pre-conference seminar, and the plenary sessions of the academic conference. Ladies and gentlemen, agents of change, we are very proud to be with the presenters and participants from the wide range of vast expertise and cross nations. We are honored to receive 234 paper submissions and 959 participants registered whom will continuously join us on both Zoom and YouTube streaming in this 2 days consecutive event. Really, this is a great international platform for us to celebrate the multidiscipline, intra or transdisciplinary intellectual dialogue to put hands together for a more sustainable and resilient post-pandemic world. Collaboration is the key to bring the strategic solutions to the current global crisis. To distinguish participants from universities, government institutions, and private sectors, we for sure wish that our meeting in this event could be a start point of a great collaborations. I would like to close this message with a round gratitude for everyone and institutions who has made this event possible. To President of AUA, whom with his team contributes the full support to this academic conference. All 17 leading Asian university collaborators, our rector, director, who keeps their commitment to initiate and support the knowledge sharing and innovations. To our co-hosts, the University of Tokyo, Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology, Japan, University of Malaya, and UCSI University that closely working with us since early of this year. The technical committee, honorable speakers, discussants, moderators, professors, staff, students, and of course, my fellow organizing IC committee. The accomplished success of this joint international academic conference, it is all yours. Likewise, other 2 past program series, I sincerely hope that you will enjoy these 2 days of dialogue and networking with the fruitful insights from this academic conference. And of course, we look forward to continuing this journey with you all and meeting you again in our next international event next year. I thank you and happy conferencing. Very good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Jeff.
Thank you, Dr. Lin Yola, for her notable welcoming message. Ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda for today's opening ceremony of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference will be preceded with the welcoming
and global study institution and way forward to be a world-class university. Universitas Indonesia commit to innovate its academic activity and research development to respond to the complexity of global issues in human life. The pandemic is a two-day global crisis that affects almost all countries around the world. The crisis calls for an urgent commitment of all sectors, including academics, to overcome all of the continued challenges. Therefore, University of Indonesia, which in this event represented by the School of Strategic and Global Studies, is proud to host the 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference of Global Strategy for a Resilient and Sustainable Post-Pandemic World toward a better future for all. This academic conference calls participation from academics, policymakers, private players, and societies from multidisciplinary backgrounds related to strategic and global studies and sustainable development approach to share their research findings, experiences in strategizing and adapting pandemic. Universitas Indonesia is pleased to work with ASEAN University Alliance to host its yearly academic conference to welcome more significant collaboration with ASEAN leading universities. Moreover, this event also welcomes academic and research sharing from academia, government, and industry worldwide face the academic crisis. Precisely, Universitas Indonesia is with the AUA to achieve its mission to address regional and global challenges, specifically related to higher education and economic, scientific, and technological development through increased educational and research and exchange. Our high appreciation to all co-host universities to warmly working with us throughout the program. The University of Tokyo, Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology, University of Malaya, and UCSI University. To all speakers, your insightful sharing is part of the success of this event. To presenters and audiences, we hope that this event presents significant value to all of you. To all collaborators, we hope that our great work leads us to a better collaboration in the future. Last but not least, this event is presented for a significant academic impact and contribution to a better post-academic world. Enjoy this 2 days academic conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Ari Kunchoro, for the remarkable welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda for today's meeting of opening ceremony of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference will be proceeded into launching ceremony. We proudly bring to you Professor Kyu Yong, President of Asian University Alliance, to convey for his opening remarks and at the same time to officiate this academic conference. Please welcome
Rector Ari Kunchoro, distinguished guests and scholars. On behalf of the Asian Universities Alliance and Tsinghua University, I'm delighted to welcome you to the 2021 AUA Academic Conference on Global Strategies for Resilient and Sustainable Post-Pandemic World Towards a Better Future. The COVID-19 pandemic has been one of the most urgent and serious challenges that we ever faced over the past century, and it may continue to be a big threat to us for an indefinite period of time. AUA organized a series of programs that helped each other share their knowledge and experience in fighting against the pandemic. For example, in March 2020, AUA organized an online forum entitled Universities Combating COVID-19, with 15 universities from all around the world taking part in the online discussion. The difficulties caused by the pandemic was unprecedented. However, I'm very thankful that the unity and the courage demonstrated by AUA's member universities during the pandemic were also unprecedented. Today, the world is very different from the time a year ago when we were attacked by the COVID-19 virus. With the joint efforts of the people all over the world, our fight against the pandemic enters a new phase, where we gradually shift our priority from taking emergency measures to building a more resilient and sustainable society. What will make us resilient and strong in the face of wave after wave of the pandemic? what are the potential effective ways to boost economy and society? How do we achieve sustainable development in the post-pandemic era? These are the questions that we will face in the long run. Universitas Indonesia, who held the AUA executive presidency in 2018, has played an active role in promoting the idea of sustainability. UI successfully held several AUA programs focusing on the Sustainable Development Goals adopted by the United Nations. Here, I'd like to take this opportunity to express my thanks to Professor Ari Concoro and the UI team he led for their efforts in hosting the conference. Over the past few years, Tsinghua University has also been proactively promoting SDGs through a series of research and education programs. In 2017, Tsinghua officially established the Institute for Sustainable Development Goals as SDSN China Hub. Tsinghua SDG Institute has made substantial progress in SDGs-related research, such as the Belt and Road Initiative and the SDGs. SDSN's Sustainable Development Report and university commitment to the SDGs. The Institute has also made every effort to integrate the SDGs into policy and promoting international exchange and cooperation. During the 110th anniversary of Tsinghua this April, we hosted the Global Forum of University Presidents 2021 and formed the Tsinghua Consensus, which advocates universities to undertake greater social responsibility by becoming more open, more integrative, and more resilient. I believe these principles also apply to our global strategies in post-pandemic world. The theme of today's conference covers a vast range of topics that address the sustainable development of the post-pandemic era. It also provides a good opportunity for interdisciplinary dialogue and exchange, as we work to build a resilient and sustainable world. Multidisciplinary interplays and synergies can generate new strengths and provide innovative solutions to multifaceted challenges. Therefore, I very much look forward to the creative ideas presented by scholars from different backgrounds at the conference. Finally, I wish the conference a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kieu Yong. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our next important agenda of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference keynote session has come to the turn. Before we proceed further, let me introduce our distinguished keynote speaker from Ministry of National Development Planning, Republic of Indonesia. Dr. HCIR Haji Suharto Mono Arfa was appointed as the Minister of National Development Planning of Republic of Indonesia on October 23, 2019 as part of the Onward Indonesia Cabinet under President Joko Widodo administration. Today, Honorable Minister Bapak Suharto Mono Arfa will deliver his keynote speech with the title of National Development and Global Crisis, the Country Priority. Now, without further ado, we would like to invite our Honorable keynote speaker, Bapak Suharto Mono Arfa, to deliver for his keynote speech. Please welcome.
His Excellency, President of the Asian Universities Alliance, Mr. Kieu Yong, His Excellency, Chancellor of the University of Indonesia, Professor Ari Concoro, Her Excellency, Finance Minister, Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, His Excellency, Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Mr. Nadiem Anwar Karim, Her Excellency, Conference Chairman, Dr. Lin Yola, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is a great pleasure for me to join this forum with all of you here during this difficult time. I hope that all of you and your family are in good health. My prayers are with those who have been impacted by the COVID-19 and the frontline workers who have made unimaginable sacrifice to keep us safe. Allow me to extend my gratitude for being invited to speak at this academic conference regarding national development and global crisis, the country's priority. And I would like to congratulate the School of Strategic and Global Studies University of Indonesia for successfully organizing this event in 2021, the Asian University Alliance and International Conference on Strategic and Global Studies Academic Conference. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, within a short period of time, COVID-19 has evolved into a global pandemic. Up until this day, the world has recorded over 238 million cases, with over 4.9 million deaths recorded and affected the lives and livelihood of millions of people around the world. The pandemic has severely impacted the world's economy. An unprecedented output collapse occurred in the first half of 2020 and remained weak for an extended period. Global output shrank in all economies throughout 2020 and followed by a slow recovery. The world's economy plunged into the biggest recession since the Great Depression in 1929. At the beginning of the pandemic, global financial market experienced a highest volatility since the global financial crisis prompted sharp correction in stock market. The COVID-19 pandemic also has resulted in a collapse of global economic activity, reflected in the sharp decline in Baltic Dry Index and global manufacturing and services PMI. Commodity prices declined sharply, but afterward rising dramatically and potentially triggered a commodity super cycle that could spur global inflation. Some kinds of travel came to a near halt. Global tourism fell 74% year-on-year in 2020, according to the World Tourism Organization. McKinsey predicts a quarter of business trips could disappear forever as meetings move online. Vacation and mass events like festivals and concerts called off. The trend among consumers to favor experience over goods have been disrupted. Pandemic COVID-19 has erased development progress in the past years. Global extreme poverty is rising to the first time in over 20 years. The World Bank estimated that the pandemic and recession may cause the 1.4% of the world's population to fall into extreme poverty. In addition, with some sectors such as tourism and airlines facing long-term change, many jobs may be lost forever, raising the prospect of longer-term economic scarring. Government all over the world also unveiled new emergency programs, quantitative easing went into overdrive and central bank hoovered up huge swatch of government bonds just as treasuries started issuing more debt to fund their fiscal response to the crisis. Hence, the unprecedented spending by governments to cushion the economy pushed up public borrowing throughout the world. For some countries, debt levels are now at the highest in decades. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this pandemic not only affects global economy, but it also has significant impact on Indonesia's economy. In 2020, Indonesia's economy had the first annual contraction since the Asian financial crisis in 1998. Single curbs on government had dragged mobility to the lowest level. As in consumption, reliant economy, retail sales have taken a knock amid the pandemic, while manufacturing continued to contract in line with the decline in the purchasing mandates index throughout 2020. Besides that, Indonesia has lost upper middle income status amid pandemics. In the end of 2019, Indonesia has successfully graduated from lower up to upper middle income status last year with gross national income (GNI) per capita of $4,050. However, because of the pandemic, Indonesia has returned to being a lower middle income country with a gross national income per capita $3,870. Business are among the most affected by the pandemic. Various surveys show that over 80% of business face a drastic fall in earnings since the pandemic. Micro, small, and medium enterprises are the most severely impacted, with an average of 50% drop in earnings. Business face difficulties in their cash flow and in repaying loans. Many are also forced to lay off their employees. Based on the survey by the World Bank also found that 9% of business have declared bankruptcy. COVID-19 has also impacted to the achievement of quality economic growth in 2020. Due to many people experience income loss, people's purchasing power decreased. Poverty rate has risen back into double digit around 10.2%. The open unemployment has also risen significantly by 2.7 million compared to same period in 2019. Moreover, COVID-19 induced social and environmental risks. One of the social risks that may escalate is related to the malnutrition as well as constraint on essential health services. Furthermore, learning from home face many obstacles as the disparity in education and infrastructure among regions. In the environmental aspect, COVID-19 triggered into increase in hazardous and toxic materials, B3, waste and enhancement in medical equipment waste. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the impact of this pandemic are unprecedented, and the government of Indonesia has conducted extraordinary measures through major fiscal deficit and even partially financed the stimulus through debt monetization, a measure that is considered unorthodox and is even feared upon. For all this effort, some economic indicators show signs of improvement since early 2021. Indonesia economic growth is 7.07 in the second quarter of 2021, and the level of GDP has returned to the pre-pandemic level. Compared to several peer countries such as Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, Mexico, and India, which have not yet reached pandemic levels, Indonesia is better in terms of the recovery process. Several economic indicators have improved, such as the Purchasing Manager Index, manufacturing sector, which hit the highest record at 55.3 in May. However, the recovery process is hampered by the spread of the new COVID-19 variant. Indonesia surpassed India's daily COVID-19 case numbers in mid-July, marked as a new Asian virus epicenter as the spread of the highly contagious Delta variant drives up infection in Southeast Asia's largest economy. Hence, the government imposed its strictest set of movement limits on the most populated island of Java and tourist destination Bali to curb the spread of the virus. PPKM Emergency Java, Bali, and PPKM leveling policies greatly affect to the community mobility. Increasing the condition of COVID-19 cases had a significant impact on the weakening of several monthly indicators throughout June, August. Several monthly indicators which impacted were as follows. Foreign tourist arrival in June to August decreased compared to May 2021, influenced by travel restriction to Indonesia by several countries due to increase in case occurring in Indonesia. Indonesia's PMI manufacturing index slowed until 43.7 in August 2021. This was triggered by spike in cases and implementation of the PPKM emergency Java Bali throughout July. Demand both from domestic and other countries has decreased significantly due to massive spread of COVID-19 in Indonesia. Household consumption recovery is lower than estimation. Retail sales in June and July were recorded lower than May. The decline in retail sales was influenced by the Java Bali emergency PPKM. Meanwhile, in August, retail sales began to increase. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to respond to this condition, the first priority is to prioritize health spending by improving daily vaccination process and targeted support for affected households and firms through pen distribution to the public. Indonesia vaccination process, which was hampered by PPKM, has pulled up again, even reaching 1 million doses per day since August. On average, Indonesia daily vaccination in August and September each reached close to 990,000 and 1.3 million per day. In terms of doses, as much as 47.93% of Indonesian citizens has received dose 1 and 27.48% had received dose 2. Meanwhile, in terms of receiving group, health workers and public officers had exceeded the target recipients for dose 1 and dose 2. Based on economic development states, government effort to accelerate vaccination process and the distribution of pen have had positive effect on the decline in daily COVID-19 cases. PEN program realization has reached more than 50% of total budget 744 trillion rupees. Alhamdulillah, with all effort that we have done, several indicators have shown improvement as follows. Indonesia's PMI, Manufacturing Indonesia, in September was 52.5. It's back again, experiencing expansion compared to previous month. In addition, the PPKM relaxation in several provinces in Indonesia had a good impact on manufacturing performance. However, the health protocols must still be maintained in industrial sector that has been reopened to prevent further increase in daily cases of COVID-19. Mandiri Spending Index shows sign of recovery in public spending. Recovery progress occurred in all income groups, especially in the middle income group, who were quite resilient during PPKM emergency, which was implemented in early July 2021. Signs of recovery in spending amid decline in COVID-19 cases indicate that efforts to reduce the rate transmission of COVID-19 can be carried out in conjunction with effort to recover the economy. However, to maintain this momentum, measurable policies and consistent implementation of health protocol are needed. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the fast and abrupt rise of online learning and the stretch of health services capacity during COVID-19 may affect future human capital quality. Indonesia's PISA score, which is already relatively low, is expected to decline again further due to COVID-19. Indonesian students are estimated to have lost 11 score points of the OECD's Program for International Student Assessment, PISA. Pandemic COVID-19 has also caused labor shifting to lower productivity sectors, with 2.78 million labor shift to agricultural sectors. Therefore, the next priority for recovery path on 2022 is to address long-term impact of COVID-19 and for structural reform to seize the opportunity to grow better. The policy direction does not only bring the economy back to its pre-crisis condition, but to a better condition than before the crisis. Government policies are directed at overcoming economic challenges such as stagnant economic growth, declining productivity, deindustrialization, export of low value-added manufactured products through economic transformation. In addition, the economic transformation strategy are also expected to incorporate changes in post-pandemic global trends, especially as in a post-pandemic world, the rate of automation will be faster. The use of robots in industrial production has increased almost fourfold over the past 10 years. COVID-19 makes labor costs higher than capital, which could further accelerate automation. It is estimated that around 17 million workers in Indonesia are at risk of being replaced by 2030 due to automation. The telework trend will also increase. The percentage of workers who work from home will increase compared to before the pandemic. The global value chain is also predicted to change. Low wages are no longer a major consideration. Instead, the ability to use technology becomes more important in the value chains. In addition, the increase in environmental and social awareness makes investors more appreciative of companies with high eco-social standards. Furthermore, the role of artificial intelligence and big data will be even more crucial in the future. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the economic transformation is expected to be able to contribute to the achievement of the medium-long-term goal to escape from middle income before 2045 by increasing Indonesia's productivity. Therefore, transforming the Indonesian economy is to improve the economic trajectory in the medium-long term. Indonesia Inclusive and Sustainable Economic Transformation has 6 main strategies, namely competitive human resources, productivity of economic sectors, green economy, digital transformation, integration of the domestic economy, and the renovation of national capital. These 6 strategies are designed to achieve Indonesia goals in Vision 2045 and with the SDGs as main instrument to achieve inclusive and sustainable growth. Furthermore, SDGs will play a key role to build forward better along with changing situation and civilization in post-COVID-19 era. To conclude, Indonesia priorities nowadays is to escape the crisis, to secure the recovery, to grow better, and to put foundation to economic transformation. Therefore, it needs the synergy and support from all parties, including from academics. With the abundance and talented resources, I'm optimistic that we can overcome these difficult times and recover strong. Let me now end my opening remarks with an expression of conference that discussion on 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference will certainly be grateful for each party and enhance our knowledge in the context of sustainable development. I do thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Om. Sehat selalu.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Bapak Suharto Monoarfa, for the notable speech. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our next distinguished honorable keynote speaker from Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia. Due to Minister Presidential duty in this very same schedule, the speech of Honorable Minister Sri Mulyani is going to be delivered by Dr. Suminto, Assistant Finance Minister for Financial Service and Capital Market, Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia. Before we proceed further, let me introduce our distinguished keynote speaker from Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia. Dr. Suminto is an Assistant Finance Minister for Financial Sector Policy and acting as Secretary of Financial System Stability Committee. Prior to his recent position, he experienced as Assistant Finance Minister for Macroeconomy and International Finance, as well as Assistant Finance Minister for Government Expenditure. He acted as G20 Finance Deputy from 2019 until 2021, Executive Director of Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, representing Constituency 11 and IFAD Governor of Indonesia. He sits at board in some agencies, including Indonesia Exim Bank and National Social Security Council. He holds a PhD degree in economic development from Ritsumeikan Asia Pacific University, Japan. In the context of this event, Dr. Suminto will deliver his keynote speech entitled Indonesia Economic Prospect, Boosting the Pandemic Recovery. Now, without further ado, we would like to invite our honorable keynote speaker, Dr. Suminto, to deliver for his keynote speech. Please welcome.
Terima kasih, Pak Jeffrey. His Excellency Minister of National Development Planning, His Excellency Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, His Excellency President of Asian Universities Alliance, His Excellency Rektor of Universitas Indonesia, Director of Sekolah Kajian Strategik and Global Universitas Indonesia, distinguished conference chairman, speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of Minister Sri Mulyani Indrawati, let me express my sincere thanks to Sekolah Kajian Strategik and Global and Asian Universities Alliance for inviting Ministry of Finance to these valuable occasions. I would like to take this opportunity to provide you our recent economic development as well as several important reforms that we have taken and which are in the pipeline. The momentum for global and domestic economic recovery has continued. Many indicators are showing positive performance, signaling optimism for global economic recovery. Global manufacturing activity continue the strong expansion. Also, commodity prices soar as a signal that demand for production activities is increasing. Aligned with high vaccination rate, boost confidence in reopening the economies. However, global risk and uncertainties remain open and have to be anticipated. The development of global daily cases is still the big challenge, as experiences a new surge in infected cases due to a new variant of COVID-19. The uneven economic recovery and rising inflation in developed countries also been the risk that caused a shock in the economy, especially for emerging market countries. Until the middle of 2021, Indonesia economy recovery was getting stronger. However, the pace of economic recovery was halted at the beginning of the third quarter as the impact of the social restriction policy in response to upward trend in COVID-19 cases. Entering the month of August, the Indonesian economy began to recover in both consumption and production activities. Economic activities started to increase gradually in September, in line with the decreasing trend of daily cases of COVID-19 and easing of mobility restriction. The government expects a stronger recovery this year and going forward. As the economic activity gradually improved, public consumption increased and the production performance quite resilient, the government expects Indonesian economy to be able to grow at 4% year-on-year in 2021. This momentum must be maintained. Controlling COVID-19 must be constantly strengthened with disciplined health protocol, accelerated vaccination, and adequate health facilities improvement. The economic recovery as a key to strengthen the foundation for strong. The economic recovery is a key to strengthen the foundation for strong and sustainable economy to achieve medium-term growth target. For achieving a higher growth in the medium term, government have to maintain the growth momentum and promote growth engines such as consumption, investments, exports, and production sector. The structural reforms have to be accelerated for improving productivity by implementing the job creation law, establishing a sovereign wealth fund, implementing a risk-based online single submission system, among others. In line with it, the fiscal reforms is also important for priority areas development such as health, education, social protection, infrastructure, and digitalization. Flexible fiscal policy supports pandemic handling and recovery to pave a way towards economic transformation is very critical. The flexibility is reflected from changes on fiscal deficit dynamic, the changes following the pandemic development. Since the beginning of spreading COVID-19 in 2020, the government has run the extraordinary policy as an immediate response to the COVID-19 for protecting people and supporting businesses. Now the government focuses on pandemic handling and economic recovery policy, including the vaccination and health measures, social protection, and fiscal stimulus for economy. The government will also strengthen a holistic reform on fiscal policy to manage the deficit back at 3% level of GDP in 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has generated momentum and awareness to encourage digital transformation. The pandemic also emphasized the importance of innovations to stay productive amidst limited physical mobility and the importance of using ICT to maintain productivity in daily work activities. Public service and business activities can be carried out and provided online, ranging from accessing public services, shopping for daily necessities, health services, education, and entertainment. Information technology has been supported. Information technology has supported people, even those who are vulnerable due to COVID-19 pandemic, to be able to get acquainted with various digital applications and making things become easier in everyday life. With the population of more than 270 million people, Indonesia has its economic potential for financial application providers. Naturally, the economic activities of its people supports economic growth. However, at the same time, the danger lurks. It is apparent that data security is essential, while digital criminals are trying to find loopholes to use data for illegal purposes without the individual consent. With a large population and increasing penetration and a giant application service users, data security is vital for the country. Breaching individual data eventually occur regularly, even before the era of information technology. It is important to ensure a comprehensive mechanism to protect the personal data in transaction on digital platforms. In order to protect data used in electronic activities, the government of Indonesia has enacted Law on Electronic Information and Transaction Law. The law ensures the confidentiality and safeguarding of data, and this becomes the emerging standard in the digital era. Moreover, to support the global standard, Indonesia has committed to support the automatic exchange of information initiative. Some important points in the law includes data protections, electronic signature, and confirmation of information in or electronic document as a valid legal evidence. Digitalization must also be balanced with financial and digital literacy, especially for vulnerable groups such as the elderly and the people with disabilities who may find it is difficult to conduct digital financial transactions via smartphones or computers. Financial and digital literacy is mandatory to do digital transactions. This literacy comprises knowledge, skills, and attitudes to use technology to perform digital transactions. To enhance financial and digital literacy, the government of Indonesia has conducted many financial and digital education programs, such as a campaign of Gerakan Nasional Non-Tunai. Increasing digital literacy will affect the level of financial inclusion, in which financial inclusion opens up the opportunities for people to do economic activities. This will encourage economic growth, and we do hope that no one will be behind due to the economic growth that occurs. That's why it is important for us to improve digital literacy through the ability of individuals to access, understand, create, communicate, and evaluate the information through digital technology, and reducing gaps in accessing information through digital technology, especially for vulnerable groups who living in poverty line, rural areas, and with disabilities. In Indonesia, both the government and private sectors use digital technology to improve their operation. The government, for example, has introduced online retail, government bond distribution, non-cash distribution of social assistance, and online tax reporting and payment. Currently, almost all payments are for government assistance, social assistance, and subsidies transferred directly to beneficiary accounts or electronic money. Channeling funds through digital technology can decrease the potential misuse of funds. From this transformation, it will increase accountability, people access to the financial sector, and thereby increasing the level of financial inclusion. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me now turn to our climate change policy agenda. This is one of important reform agenda of the country. The government of Indonesia has been committed to combating climate change, reducing emissions by 29% with its own efforts, and 41% with international support by 2030. This Indonesia nationally determined contributions has been committed under the Paris Agreement. In the last 10 years, the government of Indonesia has produced several policies on climate change, among others, established National Action Plan, both on climate change mitigation and adaptation, increased transparency and reform climate policy. Since 2016, the Ministry of Finance has implemented climate budget tagging to track and identify spending on climate, in which climate budget tagging is now expanded to some regional governments. Then the government has also launched National Action Plan on Sustainable Development Goals, which also contains climate change goal in 2017. The government has also integrated climate change into a priority agenda in its national midterm development plan, particularly in improving disaster and climate resilience. To achieve the Indonesia nationally determined contribution target, the state budget can only cover 34% of the total climate financing needs. Of 3,461 trillion rupiah, or around 166 trillion rupiah per year, projected in the second biennial update report Over the past 5 years, the average climate spending was 89.6 trillion rupiah per year, or 4.1% allocated from state budget per year. In 2020, the climate spending was lower due to budget reallocation and refocusing policies in handling the pandemic. The government has also using several instruments to attract financing from both domestic and international resources. From the domestic side, there are several public financing schemes aiming to mobilize private and international participation through the issuance of green bonds and other instruments as managed by Indonesia Environment Fund, SDG Indonesia One, and Indonesia Climate Change Trust Fund. From private sector, we also target private investment, sustainable finance from banking and other financial sectors, and philanthropy, and encourage them to participate in green projects. From the international side, the financing also comes from both public and private sources, among others, Green Climate Fund, Global Environment Facility, Adaptation Fund, bond investors, equity funds, pension funds, and philanthropy. They participate in various financing schemes and instruments. Indonesia is now in the process of preparing the regulation for implementation of carbon pricing. It will provide guidance to set up a domestic policy and institutional framework for carbon pricing. We believe that proper carbon pricing framework delivers economic opportunities for the private sector to support our climate target in scaling up reduction activities towards a greener and more sustainable growth. Just recently, we have introduced carbon tax on our law on tax policy harmonization. The carbon tax is part of the tax reform to promote a fair, healthy, effective, and accountable taxation system. It is imposed on emissions resulting from economic production by applying polluters pay principles. That means the greater the emissions produced, the greater the cost that must be incurred by those who produce emissions. Carbon tax is also a signal for business actors to start preparing for sustainable development and encourage green investment. The implementation of the carbon tax will be in stages according to a roadmap being prepared, considering the economic conditions and in line with the development of carbon markets. Both the carbon tax and carbon markets implementation will also be structured to support our energy transition mechanism program that we are currently preparing in collaboration with the Asian Development Bank, in which we will launch it next week in Glasgow in the COP26 event. Those two instruments are expected to be able to create an enabling environment to encourage our power producers to phase out coal-fired power plants earlier and shift to clean or renewable energy. The roadmap begins with the completion of various technical regulation and carbon trading trials in the power generation sector in 2021, followed by the implementation of a carbon tax with a limited cap and a tax scheme on power plant that use coal. Then will be continued onward with a gradual expansion of the sector that is subject to carbon taxes in accordance with the readiness of the sector and the full implementation of carbon trading through the carbon exchange. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, lastly, I would like to update you on the Indonesia G20 presidency next year, in which next year Indonesia will hold the G20 presidency role. Indonesia takes Recover Together, Recover Stronger as the Indonesia G20 presidency themes next year. The ambition will be translated into several strategic pillars as the foundation to set up the agenda of the presidency, including promoting productivity, increasing resilience and stability, and ensuring sustainable and inclusive growth. This should be supported by strong collective global leadership, as well as enabling environment and partnership. Aside the legacy agenda which is being discussed under the G20, the finance track of the Indonesian presidency will focus on some flagship agenda, including exit strategy to support recovery, addressing scaring effect from the pandemic to secure future growth, payment system reform in the digital era, sustainable finance, financial inclusion, and international taxation reform. The Indonesia G20 presidency urges G20 commitment to enhance the policy coordination and communication as a priority for policymakers in advanced economies, emerging markets, and less developed economies in securing a stable exit from the current pandemic. Despite positive trend and signal of economic growth, the world still faces uneven recovery. Some advanced economies have moved towards normalizing policy. The adjustment of their monetary policy, along with the withdrawal of fiscal stimulus, will shape the global economy, including cross-border capital flows. In this respect, the coordinated and harmonized policy among countries is very much critical. This change in policy direction will have profound implications for global financial stability, as well as affect global economic recovery. A systematic analytical framework with indicators and guidance is needed to understand the macro financial external linkages and guidance, including the spillover and spillback effect of exit policy, and to ensure a well-calibrated, well-planned, and well-communicated exit strategy is very much needed to support equitable recovery in the economy and the financial sector. On the sustainable finance and climate-related agenda, the Indonesia G20 presidency will continue the discussion to mobilize and leverage international cooperation in addressing the affordability of financing, technology, and know-how which are needed to support the developing and least developed countries in fostering a just and affordable transition. In closing, I would like to assure you that we take benefit of the pandemic to accelerate our reform agenda, despite still alert to the potential mutation of the virus. Our reform policy is basically aiming at improving business climate, creating jobs, and streamlining bureaucracy. The formation of Indonesia Sovereign Wealth Fund and implementation of risk-based online single submission system are among important initiatives. Let me continue to push forward reforms in various areas, including fiscal policy. So, thank you very much, and have a nice and productive conference. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Suminto, for the remarkable speech. Before we begin for our next agenda, ladies and gentlemen, let us present to you the conference video of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. Please welcome. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are now about to begin the plenary forum session featuring 4 invited speakers. This session will be led by our respected moderator, Professor I.R. Gunawan Cahyono, MArch, PhD. Before we begin, allow me to introduce you our moderator of a plenary forum. Gunawan Cahyono is Professor of Architecture, Faculty of Engineering at the University of Indonesia in Jakarta. He is also a member of the editorial board of Traditional Dwellings and Settlement Review and Journal of Southeast Asian Architects. Professor Gunawan Cahyono received his Bachelor of Science of Architecture from the University of Indonesia, Jakarta in 1975, and Master Science of Architecture from University of California at Los Angeles. He achieved a PhD in UC Berkeley. His research interests focus on urban planning, architectural heritage, and teaching methods for architecture. We are very much honored to have him as today's moderator. With highest respect, let me pass this event to Professor Gunawan Cahyono. Please welcome, Prof.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Razak, for this very generous introduction about me. I'm not that fortunate as all of you here. My distinguished participants and honorable speakers and discussants, it's a great honor to be here with all of you. After we listen to 2 distinguished keynote speakers, which portray how COVID affects us. Now, it's a kind of, we will listen to 4 distinguished speakers again, but this time we pay attention to a very small communities, indigenous people, to look at new hope, possibly not business as usual anymore. Okay. Let me introduce the first speakers today. It's Professor Stefano Varese. Sorry if I pronounce your name wrong. He's a Professor Emeritus and anthropologist in social, political, and cultural factors. Specialized in indigenous people, which we will listen about his speech. And I think for further information about him, you can search in Google, actually. Everything now is the smartest professor in the world is Google now. Professor Google. So he will talk about American indigenous ethical cosmologies and the future of the commons, strategies and resiliency in the post-pandemic world. Please welcome Professor Varese. You have 10 minutes, Professor.
Thank you very much. I want to say that it is an honor and a privilege to address this international audience within the frame of the 2021 Asian University Alliance Academic Conference on Global Strategy, in conjunction with the 5th International Conference on Strategic and Global Studies convened by the Universitas Indonesia. I'm especially honored to have been invited by Chair Dr. Lin Yola and my good old friend, not old in age, old in time of friendship, and colleague Dr. Bayu Cristianto, who earned his PhD in our Native American Studies department at the University of California, Davis. It is a meeting, although virtual, of all the new friends in our common academic and intellectual path. I have 3 stories to tell you, but I probably, because of reason of time, I probably reduce it to 1. And these are stories of my witnessing the resilience and the resistance of indigenous people of a certain area of Latin America, the Amazon, the Western Amazon, where I practiced my anthropology many, many years ago, I became an anthropologist under the teaching of one of the indigenous group of this area, the Ashaninka. They taught me how to be aware of life in the universe, life in the world, how to be aware of the profound knowledge that we can acquire by paying attention in silence to the voices of nature, the voices of the world. So I will bring my witnessing of resilience and resistance by indigenous people by telling few stories that I learned. So I will focus my talk on the Western Andean Amazonian region of South America, which constitute an area of extreme bioethnic diversity, geographical complexity, and a complex history of half a millennium of Western colonial expansion, territorial invasion, and imposition of unrestrained capitalist extractivism during the last decades. The region, however, is at the same time an example of native indigenous people resistance, resilience, and adaptive socio-biological reconfiguration in what we now can call modernity. I'll skip the first story, which is kind of a sad story because took place during the late 1967. I witnessed the story. Was a bombing by the Air Force of Peru of a tribe, of a group of people. But the story has a happy ending because after having been bombed and having been invaded in their territory, the Matses, these people of the Peruvian Amazon, were able to recover almost 500,000 of hectares of primary forest, where they are now living and developing and becoming more and more autonomous in their development, adapting themselves to modernity in a very intelligent way, without refusing, without abandoning their own knowledge, their own tradition, but adapting the traditional knowledge to modernity. That is the first story. Finally, I'll skip the second story because it's a little bit more tragic, and I go to the third story. This is the case of the Quichuaruna of Sarayaco, the people of Sarayaco. Sarayaco is a Quechua word, an indigenous language spoken in Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador, and it means the river of corn, the river of maize. Sarayaco is located on the Bobonasa River in Ecuador, in the Amazon region. In 1996, the Ecuadorian government imposed an oil concession or a series of blocks of oil concession in the Sarayaco territory without permission of the 1,200 people living in that area. The Sarayaco people learned that their land had been open to oil exploration when the helicopters arrived accompanied by men with guns. The resistance and organization of the people of Sarayaco started immediately. Initially, some of the younger members of the community thought that armed resistance could have been the answer to this neo-colonial invasion. The example of the long ongoing guerrilla warfare of Colombia to the north and the disastrous, tragic case of the Civil War in Peru were enough to discourage the community from following that route, fortunately. With the traditional wisdom, deep spirituality, and practical knowledge, the people of Sarayaco managed to beat back oil drilling plants on their territory, expel the foreign and national oil companies, and demand the government of Ecuador for illegally licensing an oil company for doing exploration in indigenous territory without the community informed consent. With the support of the United Nations, ILO Covenant 169, ratified by the government of Ecuador, the new constitution of Ecuador, and a massive social movement of indigenous people organizations in Ecuador and the civil society. In April 2012, the government of Ecuador acknowledged responsibility for illegally licensing an oil company to do business in Indian territory. In July 2012, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights ruled that the government must consult with the indigenous community prior to such enterprises and pay for physical and moral damage to the community. This victory results from the effort of the people of Sarayaku to build a network of national and international allies and to employ international human rights instruments in their defense. They have used media to promote the struggle across the globe and have never succumbed to intimidation, political pressure, or fatigue. The Inter-American Court of Human Rights verdict is a major step forward in the safeguarding of indigenous rights, particularly the right to free, prior, and informed consent in development decisions that affect their territory, and sets a precedent for cases around the world in which the indigenous people struggle to defend their territory and right. As of today, in October 2021, the 1,500 members of this indigenous community of Sarayaku have survived 20 months of COVID-19 pandemic without a single death and very few infected people. They attribute their success to the strict application of native medicinal plants as preventive and healing medicine, and a conservative policy about external visitors and their traditional way of producing and consuming their own food without relying on industrialized agricultural products. They also never received any external governmental help, and nevertheless, they were able to manage the terrible pandemic that has affected all the rest of the world. So some lesson learned. It seemed that in three of the story, I only mentioned one, basically, of the story that I mentioned, the relative success of the Amazonian indigenous community in defending their autonomy and their territory is linked to their ability to mobilize external solidarity around the use of national and international legal instruments as effective shields of protection of their rights. What is less obvious to external observers is the fact that the strength of their argument is derived from their bioethical position as people that have not been seduced yet by materialism and the mirage of commoditization of the world. It is this positioning of the Amazonian indigenous people in the world universe, cosmos, what I would like to discuss in the next few minutes. I call this...
You have very short time. Can you summarize?
Pardon me?
Can you summarize it? Because
yes,
we are run out of time.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No, that's perfect. Let me summarize. I think that the secret of the success of indigenous, some, if not most of the indigenous people of the Amazon in this area is to pay attention to their own ethical, cosmological ethics. That is to say, pay attention to the fact that their perception and conception of the life in the world is based on the principle that all entities, visible and invisible in the universe, are relatives and have to be treated with the principle of reciprocity and the principle of use to deal with relatives, with friends, with members of the same family. That explains why the extreme success in using medicinal plants naturally found in the forest by the Sarayaku people in combat a crisis, terrible crisis like the COVID-19. So my basic argument is that I have been witnessing for the last 50, 60 years, I am in my 80s, early 80s, but still 80s, I have been witnessing success stories of indigenous people of the Amazon, Mesoamerica, and even North America, that are due to their positioning themselves ethically in the cosmos, in the universe, taking a position of solidarity with the rest of the entity, the people, the cosmos, minerals, soil, water, air, stars, moon, sun. That is basically the reason why I believe that we can learn from this population, these people, the secret of how restore harmony in our life in this current world. Harmony even with the viruses, the bacteria, the fungi. So I think I could summarize what I was going to say.
Yeah,
I thank you very much, moderator.
Absolutely, it's marvelous for me. To all of us, listen to Mother Nature. Every element has consciousness. Possibly that's summarized, more abstract than. Okay, let me turn to our second speaker. She is a rising star actually in University of Indonesia, Professor Riri Fitrisari. She is an expert of information technology, a professor in computer engineering at the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Indonesia. She is now head of UI Green Metric World University Rankings and Sustainable Development Goals. So please welcome Professor Riri Fitrisari. You also have 10 minutes, Professor.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you all hear me? Can you hear me?
Very, very clear.
Right. Great. Thank you very much, Prof. Gunawan Cahyono. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and previous speakers in this conference, Professor Stefano, Dr. Jeffrey, and I hope that you are all also with us here. I just would like to greet, because my time is very short, to talk and to introduce you to what the university in Indonesia have been doing, and also all over the world actually, under the title The Sustainability of Sustainable Campus Concept During the Global Crisis, from our UI Green Metric experience. So if you don't know what UI Green Metric is, UI Green Metric is the only world university ranking on sustainability, and our theme this year is Universities, UI Green Metric and SDGs in the time of pandemic. Well, in this talk, I will introduce you. There are 6 indicators that we have been using all over the world to rank university initially to be better in terms of their setting and infrastructure, energy and climate change, waste management, water management, transportation and education and research. And eventually it's the first university ranking that looks into sustainability. And well, if we relate this with UI Green Metric and SDGs, we can see that it's all related to different indicators that and goals that we have. And at the moment, actually, this movement have been inspiring many university leaders all over the world to work and collaborate together. So now our platform is not to compete, but to work together in order to achieve our common goal to provide easy access to education, quality education with infrastructure that can help to help the students and big minds, lecturer, professors to discuss and provide them with opportunity with to be performing well, to be champion in the society, in which we should have a great impact in order to ensure that the concept of sustainable campus as a small city will be able to be adjusted into larger scale and even beyond planetary boundary. As you can see that during this pandemic situation, we have invited many university leaders, more than 60 meetings and conferences each year, in which university leaders share the experience on these 6 indicators. And even though during the pandemic situation, they are still trying to upgrade their university, perform collaboration, and also developing their university in terms of facilities. And in order to be able to go back, when we are going back to post-pandemic situation, we will still have a maintained university infrastructure, and also that the student and staff are also adjusting themselves to use technology in order to achieve a better performance. Well, this is the activities that we've been doing, led by University of Indonesia. We created something called UI Green Metric World University Ranking Networks. And for this, actually, we already have some principles in which it's open to all, so it's free actually to be part of UI Green Metric. It is collaborative, mutual respect. We have common goal in order to be able to provide and to generate a sustainable future for all. So for example, this year we started to have our online course with many universities all over the world, 7 universities for 4 continents, and many students are taking this course. This is our network goal now, also to shape the global higher education and research in sustainability, creating global sustainability leaders. For example, our course that we do together, and we are partnering on solution to sustainability challenges. For example, we have our eco enzyme team that is relating many university staff and lecturers to work together to socialize and to make sure that people can implement eco-enzyme production, for example, in their university and implement that. This is the web network that we have from 40 university leaders from the 39 countries work together in order to ensure that every year we learn from each other, and also we create a better infrastructure for our university. So we are all working towards the Sustainable Development Goals, and we learned that during this pandemic situation, there are many programs and activities conducted by many universities. For example, our friends in Chimborazo in Ecuador are doing many Sustainable Development Goals activities, in which we know that they are really working hard for this. And also, for example, in Sharjah, we have also National Coordinator for United Arab Emirates that are really encouraging people in order to relate Sustainable Development Goals into the development that they are doing in campus, in order to be a fine example, good example for the society to the future. And also, this is from Thailand. We have so many activities in which sustainability have been implemented in community, social, and economy in terms of promoting the programs in national and global level. This is for Thailand also, and also this is, for example, the winner of this year ranking last year was Wageningen University from Netherlands, which is showing that every year they have different ways of promoting green program to reduce the use of the carbon footprint, switch the transportation alternatives, for example, and also providing cleaner transportation and many things. And also in Hungary, we have seen so many development in University of Pécs and Szeged, for example, and in Dublin, Dublin City University are also transforming and also really looking into SDGs, and all these universities are working hard to ensure that university students and staff know where they are going and what they would like to achieve, and how they can translate that into the paper, into research, into community development program that they do. So this is all the key competences for sustainability for all SDGs, in which we know that the more we share, the more we can achieve and can feel the difference in our university. And also this is our friends in Colombia. They also do symbiotic things in terms, for example, for disposal of waste and products and many things. And well, actually, we can report that there are so many things that we've been doing together in our network. So from ranking to collaboration, it takes like from 10 years since we started our endeavor in this network, and now we can see that there are so many publications that we have got from our meetings. For example, last year we do teaching, learning, and working in sustainable university during COVID-19 pandemic, and also how the food sufficiency, the waste management, and many approach to energy and climate change mitigation problem, and how well-being in sustainable university can still be encouraged during this in order to combat the problem. For example, we have psychological problem for students and staff, for example, as they have to stay home and use their time, and ergonomically it's not very healthy, and many things. So as you can see that there are so many activities we have done in Iran, in all countries, showing that this movement have inspired many university leaders, not only to take but also to give and to share their programs, and also to share the experience in influencing the university to achieve the sustainable development goals together. And students and staff are working towards that, and I can report that in our online course, the almost 100 university students that are involved are doing projects together, multinational projects, in which they will report by the end of the semester how online learning, in which 12 hours, the difference between one student to another, can be overcome by facilities, but they can talk about more than extra time for working together. So I think without further ado, I could say that in conclusion that sustainability of sustainable campus concept are still there, and people are working hard for that. That's one of the inspiration for all of us to keep going, to keep moving, and to provide and to reach our goals for a better future for the next generation. Thank you very much, Professor Gunawan Cahyono.
Thank you very much, Professor Riri. Actually, when we face the COVID, we have a national plan, regional plan, city plan, but how about campus? So we still need a small move to improve our life, overcome any COVID or any pandemic. So let's do something, because university campus is at the forefront of changing our lifestyle. Just as Professor Baresi had already mentioned about listen to the nature. Nature has a lot of elements, small, but we can expand it into our own life. So let me turn to the next speaker. Our next speaker is actually also an emeritus professor, Professor Neil Collins from Nazarbayev University. A very, very beautiful campus, actually. Unfortunately, it's Kazakhstan, difficult to achieve, but I expect many of us can visit you. So Professor Neil Collins is a professor of School of Humanities and Social Sciences.
Suggested to me the title of Challenges in Geopolitical Atmosphere During the Pandemic, and because I couldn't think of another one quickly enough, I took it. But anyway, it's caused me to reflect over over the topic, so I'm grateful to them for that. But I'm afraid my general view is that the pandemic has exacerbated the geopolitical challenges rather than caused them. So I feel that the risk of geopolitical tensions will rise over the coming years. As I said, not as optimistic as the previous speakers, I'm afraid. So we've seen dramatic supply chain issues, shortages of components, disruptions of industry, etc. But rather than reinforcing the idea of mutual interest in restoring the pre-pandemic economic interdependence, I feel that COVID has strengthened the cause of economic nationalism. And ironically, I think that despite what the minister said earlier, which is also rather optimistic, I feel that is the direction which the climate change debate is going to go also. So I noticed that the president of France, Emmanuel Macron, has asked for French supermarkets only to use local produce, and then there's loads of Americans that you can call upon who want to generalize the notion of supply chain repatriation and the notion that our economies are over-dependent on China. That's frequently brought out by policymakers as well. And I noticed actually that last week, the new Prime Minister of Japan, Prime Minister Kishida, I think that's how it's pronounced, created the first Minister for Economic Security in the world, which is interesting. And in doing so, he echoed some of the initiatives the Biden administration put forward, because Japan obviously can't operate without supplies from elsewhere. But what the Prime Minister said was that liberal democratic countries must work together to keep the supply chain in friendly hands. I think that was interesting. So a move away, if you like, from the traditional event. Now, an important document was produced in 1776. I say this just to tease my American listeners. And of course, I refer to The Wealth of Nations. As for a long time, we've operated on the ideas that Adam Smith gave us in his reaction to the mercantilism of the geopolitical system of his day. So he proposed, with less government interference, we could all do what we're best at, or at least what we have some advantage for doing, and the result would be positive for everybody. Trade would open up new markets, allow specialization, economies of scale, incentives for innovation, all this kind of thing. Since then, now we've obviously realized that you can't do without the state, and clearly you have to have some regulations of competition, and you have to have the state intervening on issues of inequality and poverty. But the underlying dynamic that trade and business would be for everybody's benefit, I think, was still there. And yet, my feeling is that the pandemic, which should have brought to our attention how interlocked we are as a world, how we influence each other, actually has been used as a way of reinforcing self-reliance. So the debate has been about how we look after ourselves, not the global, not the global sphere. Now, I think that the the crash of the 2008 and onwards, the election of Trump, Brexit in the UK, the trend towards populism in lots of European countries, all of these things really maybe question the dynamics of democracy going forward. Did I say I was going to be pessimistic? Sorry about this. And I think that in the pandemic, the success of policies on the pandemic have hinged upon the trust that people have in science, and in particular, the confidence that they have in their governments when they suggest restrictions and policies that reduce their individual liberty. And yet what the pandemic has shown is how open people are to policies which reject science. And that's why I think the pandemic will tell us a lot about the response to the climate change, because the climate change debate is saying science is telling us this, science is saying if you change your personal behavior, if you restrain from certain things that you do now, if you know, all of these things, then we have a solution. But what the COVID, it seems to me, is saying is that people are rejecting that message based on science. Now, clearly, there are some governments which are, enjoy the faith of their populations and have operated better than others. But there doesn't seem to be much connection between the level of democracy in those countries and the level of compliance. So, from a point of view of a democratic development, I think there are reasons to be worried about this. Now, I'm conscious of the time, but if you're speaking from Nazarbayev University, you always have to say that in 2013, President Xi of China announced what became known as the Belt and Road Initiative here. He waited to come to Kazakhstan before he say anything, obviously. And the Belt and Road Initiative is obviously an example of a geopolitical venture which promises a great deal. But actually, I think it's become a cover for an increase in neo-mercantilism. I think it has shown us that lots of countries are looking after their own interests. And what I'd like, maybe in the conference as well, in the debate, is to have some concentration on the impact of neo-mercantilism on small countries, not just on the big world powers, but on the countries that are affected by it. And clearly, here in Kazakhstan, we're particularly affected because the infrastructure goes through our country, through our neighboring countries, etc. For it to be a success, we have to be in there. And yet, I see a worrying disconnect between the debate at the level of the political elite, who talk about the economic benefits, they talk about the Shanghai Cooperation, the Eurasian Union, Eurasian Economic Union, and all these things which are supposed to help us. Plus, on the edges, also military assistance from China. But the population as a whole see only corruption and exploitation. So I think we're not bringing, we're not bringing people on, and partly we're not bringing people on because we're not being honest, I think, about the motives for these infrastructural developments. It's not about win-win. Well, it's more about we win, and if you win, that's fine too. It's about economic nationalism, I think, and COVID has simply reinforced that, because governments are responsible to their populations. That's the most important audience. They're who they have to please, and that's who they will. And I'm sorry about the time thing, but the failure of global organizations to change that debate and make it a global debate about how interdependent we are at a time of pandemic, it seems to me, is one of the failures of the system. And again, hopefully the conference will go back to talking about that. Yeah, I'm conscious of the time. I'm very grateful for the conference organizers to give me the opportunity to pontificate at such a great distance from Kazakhstan to everybody else. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Collins, for such an insightful thought about geopolitical and then this kind of network. Probably we should become smaller and smaller to think about bigger and bigger. So now let me turn to our last speaker, and then we have some time for the discussion to talk about our stuff. Our last speaker now is from the quote unquote the origin of human beings, actually, from Africa. Forgive me if I pronounce wrongly your name. It's Gwimi Sebastian Peters. Dr. Gwimi Sebastian Peters is a Director of Investigation, Intelligence and Monitoring, Code of Conduct Bureau, Abuja, Nigeria. He will talk about how well Africa overcome the pandemic. This is very important part. Okay, now the time is you, Dr. Peters. For 10 minutes.
Thank you, Professor Gunawan. You pronounced my name correctly. Thank you, Chairman of this occasion, Dr. Lynn Yola, for inviting me to permit me to leverage on the eloquently established protocols. I bring you choicest greetings and kind wishes from Nigeria and by extension, the entire people of the African continent. Permit me to quickly thank the organizers of this academic conference for granting me the opportunity to speak on the topic, how Africa overcame the pandemic. The theme of this year's event is apt, that is Global Strategy for a Resilient and Sustainable Post-Pandemic World Towards a Better Future for All. It is apt because countries that do not experience high fatalities should not slumber, because this is not the first global pre-existing socio-political issues that delve the continent into extreme poverty. These conditions range from political instability and conflicts, food shortages, high concentration of refugee camps, large density populations living in urban areas, low government transparency and trust in public institutions, with low-income communities who rely on public transportation, large households living in slums, and drinking from running streams. African countries also have poorly developed social welfare systems for workers, which include even health gatekeepers, such as medical officers, nurses, and laboratory technicians. The pandemic also affected the health sector. So in Africa,
I'm sorry, Dr. Peters, probably you can turn off your video, actually, the voice.
Policies.
Maybe you can turn off your video. Sorry for interruption. Your signal is not so strong, actually.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah. Try again. Wow. Even disappear now. Sorry for this technical problem. That is if we are quite dependent on technology, that's what's happened. But should we return to the normal, say, face-to-face contact? That's another problem also during the COVID pandemic. So, okay, we have now 3 speakers, and I hope later Dr. Peter will join us again. But now let me introduce our discussion. Actually, even 3 speeches, probably our discussion, 2 discussion are very significant and important persons. The first discussion is Professor Dato Dr. Ahmad bin Ibrahim. Oh,
can you hear me now?
Can you rejoin us, Dr. Peters?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, now we can hear you.
Okay, the world, which became a global village through the instrumentality of technology, was in a flux during and after the COVID-19 crisis. The advent of the pandemic has crippled the world like never before in all its ramifications of human endeavor, causing some permanent changes in all facets of life, such as economic, political, religious, teaching mankind that important lesson of life, affirming that all men are equal. Although the number of COVID cases and fatalities might appear comparatively low in Africa than other regions, the looming health shocks of COVID-19 could have disastrous effect on the continent's already strained health system and could quickly turn into a social and economic emergency. The pandemic poses severe challenges to African economies. The complications caused due to disruptions in global and regional value chain and the slump in commodity price derailed the continents of Africa. However, despite the bleak forecast, African states have managed to mount a concerted response to the COVID-19 pandemic. There were frightening statements and various wrong predictions of that Africans will be highly susceptible to the COVID-19. Now, despite all the predictions, the mortality rates are to date lower than other regions of the world. The question now is, how did this happen? Were there safeguards against such emergencies? Will it be due to Africa's younger population, or are there salient reasons other than that? With all the many challenges, many African nations have managed to escape the high mortality rates as observed in other parts of the world. Research is carried out by MISHRA in September 2020 came up with two possible reasons as to why Africa overcame the pandemic. The question of early response. The continent first reported case of COVID-19 was around February 2020, somewhere in Egypt. The African continent escaped the severe nature of the virus outbreak due to relatively few flight connections, especially from Europe and China. As a result of these few flight connections with the rest of the world, African governments had time to put in place public safety measures. Most ports in Africa were largely successful in conducting thermal screening and monitoring passengers at key entry points like airports, seaports, and railway stations. The second has to do with prior experience. One fact that cannot be doubted is that African countries have experience in dealing with viral disease outbreaks. You will all recall how lethal the case of Ebola in West Africa was. Africans have had to deal with issues of tuberculosis, cholera, meningitis, and malaria. This has helped Africa to establish innovative strategies for tracing, isolating, treating, and caring for COVID-19 patients. Arising from this, many African nations managed to successfully roll out COVID-19 preparation plans, as well as engage with communities in high-risk border areas, crowded urban slums, and informal settlements. And very importantly, was that African countries were able to apply insight in from addressing 2014 to 16 Ebola outbreak. Lessons learned may have provided the groundwork in addressing the COVID-19 pandemic. There's urgent need to build back a better African post-COVID-19 continent, hence resolute national action is pertinent. Although majority of African countries stipulated measures of sustenance to their citizens, cannot take away the fact that it's learned. The facts will always remain that the Ebola experience highlighted the importance of reaching out with feedback respond funding mechanisms such that money is readily available to jumpstart an outbreak response. Countries should decentralize the response to the community level and increase capacity to identify and diagnose cases. In terms of laboratory testing capacity, African countries have done sufficiently well. They have the ability to conduct screening at all points of entry in collaboration with organizations like the International Organization for Migration, a specialized agency of the UN. It aided rapid exchange of testing capacities and technological know-how between various laboratories of nations across the continent. Also, the African CDC, in collaboration and therapeutics, even though clinical testing to evaluate their safety and efficacy remains pending. It is also very important to engage with the sociocultural dimension of the epidemic in order to mark information leading to vaccine hesitance. States in the continent of Africa should work towards transforming their health system. Public health should be seen as a national security issue. Various declarations have been made by African nations to increase budgets in healthcare. This should be sustained. African states should support local manufacturing of critical medical supplies. States should invest in digital health innovation. This is essential to fighting health pandemic and help in tracing and identifying vulnerable people. African states should build enduring systems for outbreak prevention and response by institutionalizing emerging lab networks and disease surveillance systems. They should also accelerate public sector investment in primary healthcare system, which should be tailored to the needs of rural and urban areas. In conclusion, I wish to say that African countries account for 5% of the total reported COVID-19 cases. Presently, the continent is witnessing declining trend, but in number of new cases and deaths. However, vigilance will remain key. Contact tracing and basic hygiene methods should be sustained and carried out without hesitance. Thank you all for the kind attention.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing your experience, which is very important. My dear participants, now let me turn to our first discussion. I had briefly introduced, but now I repeat it again. It's better. Our first discussion is Professor Dato Dr. Ahmad bin Ibrahim, Faculty of Science, if I'm not mistaken, University College of Sadaya International University.
UCSI University.
UCSI University, okay. He is now actively involved in new initiatives to develop improved guiding policies for the advancement of science, technology, and innovation for the country. So please address your comments or question to our honorable speakers.
How many minutes I have, Prof. Gunawan?
If possible, no more than 5 minutes.
No more than 5 minutes, okay. First, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to give some comments on some of the topics discussed. But I can see that we are not immune to disruption in this world. This has become very clear in the pandemic. And in the past, the disruption has been on the economy, on the disaster, natural disasters. But the pandemic must surely count as among the worst, because the pandemic has brought damages not only to health, but to also the economy of the world. Now, the question before us that has been touched upon by all the speakers, how do we recover? This is a question of resilience. How resilient are we when faced with such disruptive forces? And we should be reminded that scientists have forecast this will not be the end. As we, human beings, we continue to disturb the habitat of virus and microbes, we may not see this pandemic as the end. So that means we now must start looking at how we build resilience. When you talk about resilience, I would like to give an example of one material that is common to Malaysia and Indonesia, which is natural rubber. Natural rubber is known in the world a polymer which is very high resilience. That's why when you use rubber for making aviation tires, which is put under a lot of heat stress when it lands, you have to use natural rubber. So what is the secret of natural rubber? Why is it resilient? It's because it has got this stored energy that it has within the material. And I think in society, in the world, we need to have this stored energy through our network, collaboration, so that when there is a disruption, when we are tested by any disruptive force, we can bounce back like the natural rubber. So this is where the pandemic has given us a wake-up call, actually. If you look at what happens during the pandemic, it has exposed the very selfish nature of people, selfish nature of nations. Big, powerful nations were not willing to share the vaccine, remember, with the poor countries. So this is a clear exposure of selfish interest. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to listen to one Professor Yunus from Bangladesh, and he was saying that this is what is destroying the world, is the selfish nature of our people. Instead of pursuing collective interests, we are more and more pursuing selfish interests. So if we listen to the speakers before who spoke earlier, climate change will be another disruptive force. And we see climate change, we cannot fight climate change alone. There has to be a collective force. But we see that we are not getting there yet. And this is where I like to go to the comments by Professor Neil on this question of trust. Trust in science, trust in government, trust in authority, trust in people. This is something, this is the energy that we need to build so that we can be resilient. So if we have that capacity to be resilient, then whatever disruption comes along the way, we can bounce back and recover very fast. So, but what is very clear from the presentation by the keynote and what Indonesia is doing, we can see that technology is at the very center of all this. Technology, the command of technology and innovation system to actually develop technology fast. And we can see one very good example when the pandemic hit. There was good collaboration in sharing the genomic sequencing, which actually helped hasten the development of the vaccine. So this is again example of energy that I'm talking about, which can build resilience and which can lead to fast recovery for the world. Thank you, Prof. Gunawan.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ibrahim. Now we turn to our last discussion. Mr. John J.A. Ganda is the elected regent of North Minahasa, Republic of Indonesia. He earned his Bachelor of Economics in Institute of Business Indonesia, Jakarta. And okay, you have 5 minutes, Mr. Ganda.
Okay, thank you, Professor Gunawan Cahyono. I prepare my presentation in 10 minutes, so I make it short in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Professor, I'm grateful to have this opportunity to represent the people of Minahasa Utara. As a short introduction, Minahasa Utara is a part of territory of Sulawesi Utara province. So mostly occupied Minahasanese, as the majority of the people in North Sulawesi. This province is accommodate many ethnics, such as Sangir Talau, Chinese, Arab, Javanese, Batak, and others. In Minahasa Utara, agricultural is have many occupied and rice, coffee, sugarcane, nutmeg, and others. In related with this pandemic, Minahasa Utara is getting better. Turn off the number of these who recover and able to reduce the spread of this case in this region. As we can see, in Minahasa Utara now is 1.5% of total population have declined, and the death of rate is 2.8% of the confirmed as a positive in North Minahasa Utara. Currently, we only have 10 suspects under isolation and quarantine, while the number of contact of around 600 quarantine. As for our post-pandemic plan, we need to address new amplified, exciting societal issue such as poverty, unemployment, isolation, and the people of North Minahasa region comprise that three main economic activity, namely fishermen, agricultural farmers, and businesses tourism. Those are the most affected during the pandemic. We need to address existing social issues such as poverty, lacking of economic opportunities, and employment. Our plan is to focus on the strategy resilience to three valuabilities group of people above. By improving their daily income through technical assistance support, such as provide some financial support, then aim to reopening their own business. Strategic resilience through tourist economic creativity take into account Likupang as one of Indonesia super tourist destination. We will use the opportunity by boosting the promoting and region as tourist destination. Some activity location will promote to the public. The government of North Minahasa will establish a task force to execute several crucial steps. One of it is joint collaboration with external investor. Mobilization of external investor become important speed to recovery since the region does not have enough capacity to do that alone. Strategy recovery through sector UMKM, small scale industry, is provide job and income to the people. We will continue working together with UMKM and all stakeholders to see what the best approach and plan to achieve recovery target. This special posts are under authority is designed to accelerate and recovery and development goal with special target and measurable parameter. They will assist and advise the region particular on how to develop the regional rapidly. Here are some of the plan to be executed by the term about the development of UMKM, particularly in the tourism and creative industry sector. The create of Baku Pesiar Antar Kampung or internal village visit program to develop the digital tourism program in order to support the UMKM in tourism field to target with wider market nationally and globally. To develop the program product creativity program, particularly post-production packaging process, which need to be adjusted with the last marketing strategy. To develop multiple link institution through the established network and empowering partner program. I have to admit that this plan are still far from perfect. And I humbly ask to the prominent academy people, to the professional and expert, but most important for those who want to build their homeland in Minahasa Utara to contribute together for the better future of the people and of the region. I would like to convey the warmest regard from the people in Minahasa Utara, North Minahasa, and invite all of you to come and enjoy our hospitality on the land of smiling people and the land of waving coconut leaves, and the land of Minahasa Utara. Thank you and have a blessed moment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ganda. We can have now about 10 minutes for our internal discussion among discussants and also the speakers. Now, let me just pose one small example and try to invite your comments. From the perspective of COVID, we haven't heard, or I at least haven't heard about one case in our very quote-unquote primitive communities in Indonesia, which is called the Baduy. The Baduy never use electricity. The Baduy live in peace with their immediate surroundings. Trees, they cannot even cut down the tree. And also they never dig the earth for their construction. They just simply put kind of stone and then put the post from the falling tree or so and construct the house. And they walk, never use vehicles. The strongest probably, but do we want to live like them? That's the problem. They never exploit human beings, even their cattle. So we are in the age of exploitation of human by humans. The rich exploit the poor. So please respond to my comments about this small example.
Yeah, Prof. Gunawan, I think there's a very good example. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is what I mean by this native group. They have the natural energy to be resilient. And because, again, as I was mentioning earlier, and as you have also mentioned, this culture of selfish or self-interest is actually creating much of the problem in terms of humanity. But if you look at the native, the Aborigine, as also explained by the earlier speaker in South America, they have more resilience because they are more looking after the collective interest of their people, of the nature around them. This is something that in the modern world, the modern human will have difficulty trying to follow. But I would like to say that because of the pandemic, the other thing which came out is that the level of poverty has increased. All the years that we have gained fighting poverty has all gone. This again shows that this phenomenon of couldn't care less about the others. And if you look at the structure of wealth in the world, 99% of the wealth is in 1% of the population. So again, the disparity between the rich and the poor, the divide is getting wider. So unless there is effort to somehow correct this, we are doomed actually. And climate change, when it comes, will be even more severely tested. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ibrahim. Do we have any response, Professor Collins or Mr. Ganda?
I think in example in North Minahasa, we just want to how to survive in this post-pandemic. So our strategy in North Minahasa, just like what I say, that resilience people in North Minahasa, we create how to make them can work with UMKM. And then for example, our number of pandemic is lower now, and I think that a strategy to how to survive with post-pandemic is the most important thing that we need to think right now in North Minasa, for example. But then in another place, just like Professor Gunawan said, just I have no idea for that. So that's my opinion, Professor.
Okay, thank you. Professor Collins, do you have any comments?
Well, I noticed that we started off our session by playing the national anthem. And then we had 3 ministers telling us what they were doing for their nation. And, you know, that's how we organize ourselves. Am I being too cynical? Political science makes you cynical, but it does appear that we're organized in a way which rewards the local and gives rhetoric to the general. So if in the climate change thing, for instance, it's a choice between some deprivation or keeping jobs which are, you know, in our dirty jobs, if you like, most countries will pick the dirty jobs. Talk clean and act dirty, I think.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's, to me, if we are still thinking inside the box of capitalism, liberal capitalism, investor, property, then we will not have a good future. It's not only to survive the pandemic, to me. It's how to look at the brighter future. So probably
I think that most of the speakers have been parents. Let's suppose most of us are parents. Are our children any different? Are our students any different? Are our students any different? You know, we have hundreds of students. I have whatever 150 a week or something. How is what I'm telling them impacting on them in the way that you would like?
It's true, because I am also one of the survivors from the COVID. So I have time to rethink all of the theory I received when I was in UC Berkeley and so on. It's a big name, but I think I have to go out from that box of capitalism, investor, and then so otherwise we are still in the framework exploitation of human by human, and then get the rich get richer, and the poor still poorer. So we don't have a bright future. That's what I mean. COVID should teach us about new lesson, go out of the box probably. But how to do that? Professor, probably I'm the fan of one of the initiator of worker cooperative. Even human beings develop like now because our cognitive revolution, and then we can work collaboratively to propel. So let us think about that. To me, it's the basic. Go to the basic again has no harm actually. Rather than now the COVID is in decline, then we can do business as usual. Think of the capitalist way again. We will not have a bright future. Still going into the dark.
Yeah, I have a question, Prof. Gunawan. If we do not change, I mean, people are talking about change, behavioral change, all this. Do you think we can deliver the SDGs?
I have a very skeptical thing about that.
Yes.
As long as it's not become the object of capitalistic pattern and so on to exploit ourselves, probably we can do. Therefore, we have to go out from that kind of framework.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, I think the committee, the organizing committee, had collected some question for the speakers. Okay, the committee, can you display? Okay. Okay, please stop that. Let's see whether we still have time to discuss. Who wants to respond? After the crisis, what shall be the economic lessons from the pandemic? Professor Ibrahim, it seems that you have some answer.
I think we have been through this. What happened after the crisis? As I mentioned, the economy has been badly disrupted, and you see that a lot of the economic activities will have to fall back on technologies like digitalization, robotics, automation. But over the years, we have not been investing in this. You know, we have, for example, some industries, we've been relying on cheap labor, for example. And after the pandemic, we see that we can no longer be dependent on one source of labor. We need to diversify. And digitalization is becoming more prominent now because of the pandemic. Even in education, if there was no digital technology, I think the whole education system would have collapsed. And if there was no digital e-commerce, the whole retail business would have collapsed. So the important thing here is that we should learn to invest in the right technology, innovation. This has not happened because innovation requires a good ecosystem between the stakeholders. And again, if you look at the world, because of the selfish nature, as you mentioned, the capitalist maximizing profit kind of agenda, this will not happen. The same thing applies to climate change. Climate change requires thinking out of the box and willing to go away from the dirty industries. So if this is not happening, then I'm afraid the pandemic, they say that the pandemic is only a pale shadow of the climate change. So this is my response to that question.
Okay, great. Professor Riri or Professor Collins, do you have any comment?
Well, I mean, I think on that last thing about the climate change, I think that we're going to see more drought, and then we're going to see more flooding, and we're going to see etc. Lots of communities are going to be very seriously affected by climate change, and yes, we're not geared up to react to that. What we're geared up to is to react to the local. And what I fear is that, for example, here in Kazakhstan, we're a landlocked country. Most of our big rivers come in from elsewhere. You know, if they stop coming in and we have more drought and we lose more crops and all that kind of thing. Sorry, I'm not picking on, because there are lots of countries like this which are dependent on resources from neighboring countries, or where the pollution that you create goes to neighboring countries. But if we organize ourselves solely in terms of nation states, then we're not going to solve the problem, because it's never going to be in the interests of the leader of one nation state to address the needs of somebody else's nation state ahead of their own. So that's what I think.
Okay, that's great. Also, we need to break some boundary like this. Okay, Professor Riri, probably you can respond to this question.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to add up that university as the main part in which people spend their time to be educated. I think we are all learned that everything, all the technology has been spread out very quickly during this pandemic situation. Even I can tell that most Indonesian are doing better for using technology for education, for example, using Zoom, everything that they should learn, they quickly grab it. Even they use a lot of things like TikTok and all learn how to be survive. For example, now we are all talking about whether do we really need to have a PCR every time we travel from one city to another. But that's all something that we learn also from particular condition happening in Europe at the moment. For example, the situation is worsening again in terms of COVID-19. But I'm sure that our local community have our own resiliency in order to go through difficult situation. But because we are now living beyond the boundary of country and planetary boundary, I think that we will all optimistic to be able to go through this together, and we will keeping up on working together in order to achieve this SDGs. So I'm really optimistic that we can learn from each other, learn from the local community, and to be able to get through the situation in which last century people can get through the plague pandemic, and I hope that we will get stronger after this. Thank you, Professor Gunawan.
Okay, thank you, Professor Riri. Do you have any comment, Professor Baresi? I see you still with us. And also, Dr. Peters, are you still with us? Okay, because we will run out of time. Actually, I expect to see economy differently. Is economy only cost and benefit, profit, labor, wages? We forget we still have our responsibility to our family, household. That's the basic means of economy. Manage your own house environment. Start with that and change that. Possibly that. That's my comment. Are you still with us, Professor Baresi?
Yes, I'm getting a little bit tired because it's 2 o'clock in the morning for me.
But your experience is quite valuable for all of us. About listen to the nature, actually. Be sensitive. We lost our sensitivity anyway.
But Prof. Gunawan, even this digital technology, if you can afford it, you can use it. But there are many people who can't afford to have the gadgets. They don't have access to the internet. How do they do? How do they live in this kind of condition?
Yeah,
so there are countries who are proposing that broadband is going to be the third utility. Like Malaysia,
it's for, electricity,
water, and broadband is another utility. So every people must have access. And I also have a question on the carbon tax. How confident are you that you can implement this carbon tax and carbon trading, which has faced problems in many countries in implementation?
Is that fair for the poor countries?
Yeah, that's right. So I don't know how confident, because we have talked about this carbon tax for many years.
Well, probably we have to eat less meat.
Yeah.
That's the greatest contribution of the carbon.
Yes, of course.
But we cannot go back to live like the Badui again. That's the problem, right?
There is a good question here. Is the pandemic a geopolitical conspiracy?
Yeah.
That's quite an interesting question.
Let us do something, at least the Asian level, Asian University Association. We can use it.
And many social media people has actually used this conspiracy theory to further some of the fake news. And this actually have also disturbed the level of vaccination in some countries. There are vaccine hesitancy because of this conspiracy sort of theory that has been proposed through the social media. So these are things, you know, and just now, Professor Neil, I think he spoke about whether this level of democracy has an impact on the level of compliance. With apparently is not. There is no correlation between democracy and compliance. So how do we study this and analyze this?
When you mentioned compliance, I had just received a new book published for 2022, Compliance Capitalism.
Compliance capitalism. Yes.
I haven't read it through yet, so I cannot discuss that. That's very interesting. Theory now appear, and also recently, donut economy and also the mission economy, which throw some new light about economy.
Yeah.
So it's a different way of look at economy, not only prices and then also wages and also growth oriented, but think of values versus price. Yeah, that's it pushed me back, but I'm quite happy to rethink about our past and then introspect about our present. Then probably we can see a bright, by retrospect, our future.
Prof. Gunawan, let me ask you, Prof. Gunawan. Such an interesting discussion, right, Prof. Gunawan, with all the panelists. So can we have a final wrap up, maximum about 5 minutes, Prof?
Oh. I think we need to come out of the box, but going small again, try to retrace the human evolution up to the civilization, all the way we need to live with the capitalism, but in a different way, coexist with another power. So don't just think about capital, investor. Without investor, we all die? No, probably. That's what you think. City can be a new tool. We can plan new way of city with the network of supplying chains, but by the cooperative small unit together, manage it, rather than give it to the big company investors stuff. To me, that's my point. Okay, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Gunawan, for successfully leading the session, and thank you to our respected plenary speakers and discussant for the interesting plenary forums. We are very much honored to have all of you today. On behalf of the 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference Committee, we would like to extend gratitude to our honorable speakers, moderator, and discussant. We kindly ask the chairman of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference, Dr. Lin Yola, to give a token of appreciation. Please welcome Dr. Lin Yola.
Thank you, Dr. Jeff. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for still staying with us. Allow me to present the token of appreciations for our speakers, discussants, and moderators of today's event, which is the opening ceremony. The first one, please join me to present the token of appreciations to our keynote speaker, Honorable Minister Bapak Suharto Monoarfa. Thank you very much, Bapak, for presenting the remarkable keynote today. And the next one, we have the next keynote addressed to Dr. Suminto from Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia. Thank you very much, Dr. Suminto, for the remarkable speech today. And next one, we have for our honorable plenary speakers. The first one, we have Emeritus Professor Stefano Parese. Thank you very much, Professor, and thank you very much for still being with us up to 1-2 a.m. in your time there. Thank you very much for the wonderful speech and sharing today. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next one, we have Professor Dr. I.R. Riri Fitrisari. Thank you very much, Professor Riri, for really making your time to deliver the speech today. We know that your schedule was very, very tight, and you really make it for today. Thank you very much, Prof. Riri, for sharing your, thank you very much, Prof. And next one, we have our plenary speaker, Professor Neil Collins from Nazarbayev University. Thank you very much, Professor Neil. Thank you very much for your remarkable speech today and also the discussions. And next one, we have our plenary speaker, Dr. Gwimi Sebastian Peters, from Nigeria, Africa. Thank you very much, sir, for joining our forum today and sharing your wonderful speech as well and discussions. We're very sorry that our maybe technical problems really limit our discussions today. Thank you very much, sir. And we also honored our discussions. The first one, we have Professor Dato Dr. Ahmad bin Ibrahim. Thank you very much, Professor Dato Ahmad, for again joining our event and sharing your fruitful talks today from UCSI University. Thank you very much, Dato. And the next one, we have Bapak John Ganda. Thank you very much, Bapak John Ganda, for sharing what you have done in North Minahasa. And our greetings to the people there, North Minahasa, and all of the staffs there. Thank you very much again for very fruitful discussions. And of course, our honor go to our Professor I.R. Gunawan Cahyono. Thank you very much, Professor Gunawan. You are really leading the discussions and the plenary forum today with a very fruitful and interactive discussions. Thank you very much, Professor Gunawan. It's really our honor. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you to all of the speakers, discussants, and moderator. And yeah, back to you, Dr. Jeff. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lin Yola. To complete for our today program, we invite all speakers, moderators, and discussants, as well as Dr. Lin Yola, to turn on the camera as we are about to take virtual photos. UI technical team, please get ready for the awesome virtual photo captures.
Please give us a minute, Dr. Jeff.
So, are we ready, guys?
Yes, ready.
All
yes,
right.
Ready, Dr. Jeff.
Okay, so in the count of 3, give us the very perfect smile. 1, 2, and 3. Do we need to do again, UI technical team?
I think we are good to go, Dr. Jeff.
All right. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. Gunawan, Emeritus Professor Stefano, Prof. Riri, Prof. Neil, Dr. Gwimi, Professor Ahmad, Bapak Jun, and Dr. Lin. Ladies and gentlemen, also not forgotten, the organizing committee like to thank all the participants session chair, invited guests, committee members, and all of you in the audience for being very supportive and energetic towards the success of this academic event. To our dear participants and audience, before the day dies, let us have a virtual photo session for remembrance. If possible, please everyone turn on your web camera and we will have the best screenshot with all those involved in today's 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference event. UI technical team again, let's get ready.
Yes, we're ready, Dr. Jeff.
All right, so everything's okay? So can I do the count?
Sure, please go ahead.
All right. So in the count of 3, give us the perfect shot. 1, 2, 3, and please say cheese for the perfect smile. Cheese. So do we need to do again technical things for another interface?
Yes, please. One
All
more.
right, so in the count of 3, again, give us the perfect shot. 1, 2, and 3. Smile. All right. So another interface, Darren, UI technical teams.
Yes, maybe the last one, Dr. Jeff.
All right, the last one. Again, in the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, smile.
I think
Is everything okay, IT team?
Yes, I think we are
All right,
good to
that's
go.
great. Okay, thank you everyone for this virtual
you.
photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering the parallel presentation agenda. Allow me to give some valuable information and important announcement about the event. Event will be adjourned for presentation in parallel session, which will be started soon after this opening ceremony at 1600 hours Western Indonesian time. For today, we will have 7 different parallel sessions, while for tomorrow, 27 October 2021, we will have another 14 different parallel sessions that will be divided into 2 parallel presentation sessions. Please also be reminded to stay tuned with us for closing ceremony right after the parallel session, which will be held tomorrow afternoon at 1530 hours Western Indonesian time for the keynote and plenary speech, plenary forum session, and announcement of the conference award. And last but not least, the closing remarks by the SSGS Director of Universitas Indonesia. Now we have come to end of our opening ceremony of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to extend our sincerest appreciation to everyone who involved in this conference organization, either directly or indirectly. We hope everyone had a good time with us, and we wish you all happy conferencing. Thank you again for supporting our virtual event. Good evening. May peace and prosperity be upon us all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Good day, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all of the speakers. Thank you, Dr. Jeff. Thank you, all of the participants.
Thank you, everyone. See you guys tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you. See you.
Alhamdulillah.
foundation of every industry is built upon two main pillars. The first is academic and based solely on theory and science. The second pillar is experiential learning that leads to subject matter expertise. The difference between the two pillars are distinct, yet researchers and experts oftentimes confuse the two. Imagine a world where the practical combination of academic theories and industry experience exists. At Science Tech, we've bridged the gap between industry and academia to produce competitive differentiation. The Science Tech platform helps achieve 5 main goals: create a dynamic connection through social media, develop a new idea, invest in interesting and promising projects, locate solutions to industry challenges, and lastly, source qualified candidates or secure academic and scientific jobs. Enter the world of academics and industry experience by subscribing to Science Tech.
Hello everyone. Very good afternoon. So welcome to the parallel presentation sessions. Thank you very much for staying with us. We are about to start the parallel sessions. Hope you are already ready with your rundown of presentations together with the details of the time and details of the parallel sessions. If you are a session chair, please you will be guided by the co-chair. But if you are the presenters, please make sure that you will enter the right breakout room. So the breakout room will be named according to the name of the sessions. So please carefully check, and you can enter each of the breakout room you are assigned to. But if you are the audience, you could please choose any breakout room or the sessions that you would like to watch the sharing or the presentations. So that's it. Hope the parallel sessions goes well today, and hope that it will give you positive insights to all of us. So thank you very much. If you need any help, the committee will assist you in each of the breakout room or in the lobby. So that's it. See you in the breakout room and enjoy the conference. Bye-bye. The breakout room is now open. You might choose according to your preference or your schedule.
Yes, okay.
I
All right.
can.
All right. We wait for a few minutes more, I guess, and then we'll start. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Yeah. I just want to ensure that, by the way, I'm Crandy. So I'm the chairperson today for this parallel session. Okay, so just while waiting for all the audience to come in, so I just want to ensure that all the presenters are here, and then we will follow the sequence. If the presenter is not here, then we will just skip to the next person. Yeah, and due to the delay, so the committee members have decided to shorten the presentation from 15 minutes to 10 minutes. So all the presenter will be given 10 minutes to present your research findings, and then there will be 5 minutes for Q&A. Right, so maybe the first presenter, Dian Nafiato Awalia, can get yourself ready
I'm
first.
sorry, excuse me, Dr. Crandy. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. Allow me to explain to everyone the rules and regulation of this session first, and then we will proceed to Miss Dian Nafiato first. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yes,
All
yes,
right.
sure.
All right. Okay, let me start. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first day of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. This is parallel session A with the topic of culture and media of 2021's AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. I'm Ramadianto Supriyadi, and I'm very honored to be here with Miss Professor Dr. Crandy as the Masters of Ceremony and the co-chair for this session. Before we start the parallel session, here are a few rules and regulations about this session. To make it quick, I'll just show it in the screen. I hope everyone can see it. To our presenters, please be ready with your presentation according to the order as in the conference book. You'll be given 10 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A. This parallel session is recorded, and some of the presentation will be presented live on your YouTube channel and our YouTube channel at International Collaboration. Hence, we would like to ask for your consent to be recorded accordingly. To respected session chair, we would like to remind you to fill in the evaluation form of this parallel session. So there will be an evaluation form as well for your presentations. Then the session chair will be the one evaluating it. Number 4, to the audience, we would like to inform you that you could join the parallel session to your preference by clicking the breakout room button below your Zoom application. You also could ask some questions presented by the presenter in the chat room. You may move from one breakout room session to another. That's up to you. The link for attendance list will be available in the chat room at the end of the parallel presentation session. We'll have closing ceremony tomorrow at 15:30 Western Indonesian time. That is GMT +7 in the main session. So please, if you could attend, we would be happy to help you and see the closing ceremony. I'll stand by throughout the entire session, this breakout room. You may leave your concern in the chat room and address to me if you have any further inquiries. That's about it regarding the regulation of the session. Now, I'll just want to basically give a little bit of introduction to our beloved session chair today, Assistant Professor Dr. Crandy Tan Yen Teng. We are honored to have her today. Before we begin, I will introduce her a little bit. She's the Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences and Liberal Arts of the USSI University. She's also a psychologist. In fact, she's a member council of Malaysia's Psychology Association, as well as a fellow of Young Minds Malaysia, a non-profit organization aimed towards improving mental health of young people.
Recording in progress.
Improving mental health of young people at large. Without further ado, please welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Crandy Tan Yen Teng. And I hope you can, I guess you can just start the presentation now since you already introduced yourself to everyone. So yeah, basically I will act as the timekeeper as well. So if anyone wants to see the time, you can see it in my screen. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Rama, for your sweet and short briefing. Yeah. So wow, there is a time that I can see from your screen as well. So the 10 minutes, you just get the presenter knows how many minutes left that you all have to present. Like what Rama introduced, yes, I'm from UCSI Malaysia. So it's great to see you all here, and I hope that you all can enjoy this session. And please jot down all your questions later on to ask the presenter whenever you have any. Okay. All right. So for the first presenter, we will have this Dian Nafiatul Awalia. So her paper title for her presentation today is Hybrid Learning Space Models of Literacy Communities. So we welcome the presenter.
Thank you very much for the time. Can I share my screen? You should close your screen first, maybe, Rama. Thank you very much.
Really sorry for that. I forgot.
Yes. Okay. I would like to turn off my camera because the signal is not good enough. Can my screen visible?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to present my paper here. The title is Hybrid Learning Space Material of Literacy Communities. Since the pandemic happened and took place 2 years ago, many reading and writing communities and literacy are still trying to move in difficult situations. Some effort they make to continue to carry out their function and duties. To combine offline and online meeting, some hybrid learning space model of literacy communities are born. This study explores types of the hybrid learning space model and aspects which need to be improved. The lesson learned and insight of this study can be used as insight for policymakers and implementers on improving their program related with literacy, education, and community development. We use Spencer model hybrid learning. There are 5 models with the description there, and also Kosala 2020 I mentioned about hybrid learning space with the stakeholders there and combine between out-class and in-class technology. This study used qualitative study method and from some study cases and study days, we get this 5 model regarding with the Spencer models, differentiated model, multi-track model, split AB model, virtual accommodation model, independent project model, with the kind of the program and activities on the literacy communities. And these are some factors that influence on the successful hybrid learning model: online aspect and technology, facilitator, socio-personality aspect, offline aspect, facilities and amenities, publishing, and material. So the conclusion: to carry out a hybrid learning space, literacy community need collaboration with NGOs, private sector, government agencies, and other stakeholders. Some of the hybrid learning space models are very devised by limitation, the availability of facilities and culture created in the community, as well as the values that they have shared so far. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your presentation. Yeah, actually you are given 10 minutes to present, but then I think you only presented in 3 minutes. Yeah, so I think now we open to the floor. Do you have any question, like you might want to ask about the main objective of the research, and then, or you can ask, like, you know, what actually this research is her interest, you know, what actually attracted her. Yeah, do you think you can turn on your camera, or you can because of the lightning? Yeah, Dian Fee. Yeah, Dian. All right, so please welcome to write in your any question, comments in the chat box. Then I can just help you all to read out, or you can just unmute yourself to interact with us or to ask any question in regards to this research done by Dian. Right, so maybe we can, Dan, you can share a little bit about the main objective of this research with us.
The objective is to find the model of like hybrid learning that used by the community literacy communities, so the good practices can be implemented to another communities.
So can you just briefly tell us what are the good practices that we can learn, from these findings outcomes?
Can I share my screen again?
Yeah, sure.
So from the differentiated model, there are some activities that accommodate with this differentiated model. In differentiated model mentioned by Spencer, what the student or people of the communities do at home and what they do in person direct meeting. In multi-track, this task for student at home and this for in-person or direct meeting. So actually, this study make this model align with the practice in the field, in the real activities. So we get this program activities with the model mentioned by Spencer.
Maybe I still need some time to digest this, because I yet to get the link. Or maybe other participant or audience, you have any comments or question that you can post, since we still have some time for this presenter. Yeah, okay. Well, so maybe since I think all the presenters can't wait for your turn to present your title or your research. So since there's no question, then we shall move to the second one. But then maybe you can just leave your contact in the chat box. So if any one of you have any interest in her research, then we can communicate after this session. Okay. All right. So thank you for your presentation. Yeah. So the second presenter will be Loic, Janice, and Sheree. So the title of the presentation is The Weaving Skills Local Culture Preservation Strategies that Impact on the Creative Economy. So welcome.
Okay, thank you for my time. I will do the screen. Wait minutes. Okay, do you see my screen? Is ready. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Here I am Loic Janus Ansori from Pradita University, Serpong. Allow me to deliver my short presentation with the title, The Weaving Skill Local Culture Preservation Strategies that Impact on the Creative Economy. This the key of my research is the weaving skill, local culture, and creative economy. It's mean the how to create the people with the local culture and the creative economy with the impact. With the contribution of the creative economy development and effort to raise local culture diversity in Indonesia, especially in the entity area which is studied from the perspective of the creative economy. Creative solution to the provide alternative income from the choice of ways is the thinking and acting locally and thinking globally. Provide creative solution that have the strategic concept of the preserving the local culture and alternative income for the community in an entity area, especially creative movement. The impact strategy will reproduce creative products with the type produced in the form of handicraft product for life and lifestyle, as well as souvenir product. As you know, the entity is the red area is the real potential in the seed palm with the comparative advantage comparative on other plants. It's the long-term history is the type of plant that grow and develops in the province it is Nusa Tenggara entity. Here the location is the Indonesian mapping. This natural resource create new potential for palm leaf, the craftsmanship and East Nusa Tenggara. In the initial context, related to handcraft as local culture, wisdom in a particular community, it will see and identify the movement of cultural phenomena in group of the people in the entity region. Implementation is the form manifestation which can be divided into three subjects. The first, the physical culture, about the material in the form of handicraft, and the people such as the stool and work stool. Number two is a social system. Social system is integrated with the how to culture phenomenon in the movement with the community and identity. The third is the system of cultural value or custom as a part of abstract culture. And the collaboration of the three aspects is the wisdom of particular community is meant. And then the cultural acculturation is research to see, understand, and describe in the phenomenon and the local culture wisdom, and left behind from the point of cultural acculturation. The namely of the existence of the local wisdom with potential and traditional craft is still not too fully utilized, and it's so the associate with the result natural resource, the form palm leaf or the part of the local wisdom resource for the people of entity. The process, the weaving handicraft is the culture heritage, which is a non-renewable resource. Is the means is in this topic. And then the methods that will be used in this paper is qualitative method with an ethnographic study approach. Ethnographic is a scientific discipline that specially studies the relationship between humans and nature and effort to describe or the culture aspect. For the Meleong, this is the word of the ethnography. The creativity products will be related to the process, the duplicating product. In the concept is duplicating with the latter we must produce and will later useful as for bridging the economy interested. Is the community is area it still follow the cultural tradition, and then we see this picture. The result is work the simple product to show the functional aspect and good quality in construction of woven palm. The left type for the tourism, this product is the very interesting creative product to complement the functional and lifestyle needs. And entity communities active, especially mothers who make woven product from the palm, left stem with the several communities. It is a variety of creative product based on the local culture wisdom. And then the local culture is the underdeveloped province. The Hikes maternal and child maternity the rates is the base. How to a case of the malnutrition in Indonesia in the community empowerment process recorded by regional government. This local wisdom woven product we can do arranged by the community. One from the direction from community is says the improving the economic welfare at the weaver as the distinctive value of the entity region itself. And then we compile about the potential of local culture wisdom that is impact on socio-economic development With the first is economic impact, the second is local community standard and quality life of wildlife, and the third environmental impact. The next, the urban and rural regeneration process, and then the next, the local and image and branding, and the latest, the support of the development of the knowledge of the economy. Is the bounded the potential area of the cultural heritage impact on socio-economic development. And then the creativity element is the we says the context creativity, the work process result is the interaction between namely the culture, social system, and individuals. And then conclusion, the process in the preserving the traditional woven cultural ecosystem is begun to show the process of community assistance from the private sector. And then the second is the traditional weaving process entity has not been managed properly, even thoughts and already people who have initiated the establishment. And the third is better and sustainable development. And then we need to say is the empowering women, promotion culture, and improving well-being is my research of this event. Okay, and then thank you for your attention. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your great sharing. Yeah, I have been to Indonesia for several times, and all these products is very catchy and very impressed, because of this very unique handmade products, local culture that attract a lot of tourists yearly. Yeah. So any question from the floor? Any question or any input or ideas that you want to pose to the presenter? Our room is so quiet. Yeah, actually we can treat this platform as a sharing platform, because we are from different culture background, that we should actually embrace each other's culture and also learn from each other. Yeah, so what actually you have this interest in this research area?
Okay.
Yeah.
The research will explain to the contribution of the development of the creative economy to weaving skills in the effort of the rise of the diversity of local culture in Indonesia. And then with the study from the creative economy perspective, in general, in the entity women in the area is conditioned to work in the field. We view from the side indigenous people in this area, and then can we do the impact of strategy? The rich line, the impact of strategy will produce the creativity product with the type of product in the form of ethnic craft product. Ethnic craft product for life and lifestyle wholesale business souvenir is the vision. We make the how to entity community can to moving from the economic in this area, especially creative women.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. So actually, this is a very unique culture that you all have in Indonesia, and like you present just now in your slide, this is something that cannot be replaced. Yeah. Okay. So if there's no question from the floor, so thank you for your presentation and your sharing. Yeah. Then we shall move to the third presenter. So we have this third presenter, Sharifah
Right picture is a heat pile which dams the earth and sand. Builder wants to monitor this point because movement of heat pile cause accident. Builder request below requirements: centimeter level accuracy and multi-device management on the field. Low-cost device, lower cost than traditional total station positioning. Constant positioning. Total station positioning interval is a few times at one day. So they request 24 hours monitoring by 1 Hz or 10 Hz. Monitoring by website and email. And warning a system when large movement occurs. So I will change a traditional total station positioning to GNSS monitoring. We proposed RPK GNSS for point monitoring. RPK GNSS is the one way of GNSS positioning type. This red point shows a single point positioning. This is normal GNSS positioning type used by smartphone or car navigation. However, this green point shows RPK GNSS positioning. It gives us centimeter level positioning. This 0.01 is 1 centimeter circle. By using two receiver called rover and base station, RPK GNSS is possible. Static point monitoring system can be built by RPK GNSS. However, when antenna is attached to the wall side, consumer receiver cause some misfix. This misfix means the point wrong point positioning from true position. And also there are other issues to solve. So this is 3 issues. We should use original RPK engine tuned for all side RPK. We should management multi-device in one construction field. We should develop web program to display real-time value and issue a warning. From these reasons, we built monitoring system on server. This is a rough system overview. In the field, base station and rover are installed. Both base station and rover device send GNSS observation stream to our server. RPK program on the server receives this observation stream and calculates a rover RPK position. After RPK deviation from each rover initial position was calculated, and it is available to monitor from the website or email report. Of course, observation data and positioning data was stored in server. And this picture draws only one rover. However, our system supports multiple rover by one server. This is a field device. The device for base station and rover is the same one. Case is IP65 waterproof box. Here is F9P dual frequency GNSS receiver. This output GNSS observation low data by 1 Hz. So this connector is for GNSS antenna. And here is the Raspberry Pi with Candy Pi Shield. This Candy Pi Shield is communication mode for Raspberry Pi. In the Raspberry Pi, data bridge software is running to pass the GNSS input to server. Here is MIMO antenna for LTE. Total cost for this one device, except GNSS antenna, is almost $600. This is the image how to handle multiple LoRa device. A field device sends GNSS data to server by TCP protocol. And each device uses unique port, so server side can link LoRa device and its stream from port number. RPK program calculates multiple LoRa RPK position using a common base station data. And its results are passed to a Node-RED. Node-RED is a flow-based programming tool. Deviation value from initial position and warning flag are calculated and passed to web program. Web program make monitoring table, graph, and send email according to this message and update them. This is Node-RED programming view. RTK program output only position, latitude, longitude, height. So deviation from the initial antenna position was calculated on Node-RED and deviation value are passed to web program. If the deviation over the threshold value, Node-RED output warning flag to web program. I will show detail of the Node-RED flow. This flow split one base station data stream to shared by 4 LoRa. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a flow to calculate a deviation from RTK position information and initial antenna position. Deviation value are passed to UDP port and web program listen it. This flow is for large movement alert check by 1 hour interval. When over 50% data of past 1 hour data over threshold value, alert flag become true. This flow is for RTK program alive monitoring and restart. If RTK program is stuck and stop output result by some reason, this flow restart a RTK program automatically. This is sample message that's created on Node-RED. Time up. Sorry, I think presentation is 15 minutes. So how okay, I will continue. So this is date and latitude and longitude and height. Deviation of each axis. And satellite number and top information and horizontal
The time is
direction.
off.
Time is up. Okay.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nubik Ake Kubo, for your presentation. It's time for question and answer from participants. Is there any question from our participants, our audience? Any question concerning the presentation? Hello. I have questions. Are you hearing me? Hello.
Okay. Question. Okay.
So this device, is it meant for construction sites or what?
Sorry, sites?
Is it this your real-time monitoring of structures? Is it for the construction sites in order to ensure health and safety of the worker and the passerby? Or
yes, this device checks the deviation of the position by centimeter level. If this shield move, some program happen in construction field. So we check this 24 hours every day.
okay. Then how affordable is the device for small construction organization? Or has it been it has been tested and proved effective? How is it going to be affordable for small construction company, especially those organizations in a developing country?
Is developing company is construction company need size? Your question is size or cost?
So, the affordable in terms of cost, that's what I'm saying. If the device is how is the developing country can access it?
Developing country. Yes, it is enabled
developing country like Africans, the African countries.
It is enabled to use because it not depend on infrastructure. So depend on only network. Cellular network is enough.
Okay.
And on the construction field, 2 antenna and so 2 kit installed. It is okay.
Any other
server is we can use AWS or a virtual private server or on-premise server.
Okay. Any question from participants or audience? Let's check. Okay, there's no question in the check box. Okay, thank you, Mr. Kubo.
Yes, thank you for listening.
Stop your slide. So we are moving to the next participant. That is a presenter. That is Siti Mazila bint Zarmani. Is he you're on slide?
your slide, okay.
Mr. Kubo. Is Cynthia here?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay. Okay, I'm hearing you.
Okay, can you see my slide?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. Okay, my name is Siti Mazlina binti Zarmani. Okay, actually, I am my background is from social science, yeah, built environment. Okay, today my topic is an analysis of campus physical environment in promoting safety at University Technology Malaysia. Okay, the background of the study, can you see the background of the study?
Yeah.
Okay, so no doubt that the pandemic crisis actually has treated all aspects of our human life, including challenges to the learning environment of higher education. Okay, Ian Tellers has emphasized the use of external spaces in campus environment, yeah, as one of the important elements compared to more constrained interiors. Everybody can see the first slide, is it?
Yes, it's first slide
Okay,
is
all
shown.
right. Okay, then in terms of context, okay, urban campus setting are more challenging, yeah, compared to suburban campus universities that offer attractive grounds. Okay, so therefore, somehow this is crucial for the external urban campus environment to be safe and welcoming as a post-pandemic mitigation effort, yeah, towards a better future for campus residents and also the surrounding community. Okay, with that, the aim for this paper, okay, is using principle of crime prevention through environmental design, SEPTED, yeah. This study aims to analyze the existing design approach taken by University Technology Malaysia Kuala Lumpur, UTMKL, to promote a physically safe external campus environment. On the literature review, actually there is lots of scholars discussing on this environmental design, yeah, as a one of the strategy to promote safety in external urban campus environment. Okay, there is a critical role on the campus physical design in terms of the layout, location, and
Hello.
also the arrangement. Hello,
Yes.
can you see?
Your slide is not
Hello?
moving.
Not
Your slide
moving.
is not moving. Yes. Okay, it's moving now.
So just now, can you see this the background?
Yes, no.
Okay, this is the background just now, okay, because in terms of the external spaces in the campus environment, okay, using the aim of this study is using the SEPTED, yeah, crime prevention through environmental design, okay, to analyze the existing design approach taken by University Technology Malaysia Kuala Lumpur, UTMKL, to promote a physically safe external campus environment. Okay, on the literature review, I just mentioned just now in terms of the environmental design, okay, there is a strategy to promote safety. Okay, in terms of the critical role of the campus physical design, right, from layout, location, and also the arrangement of the spaces. Okay, compared to the temporary programs, physical arrangement are relatively permanent, and physical changes that improve safety can have long-term positive effect. Okay, therefore, Concern and Son has mentioned that the SEPTED is an effective use of the built environment can lead to a reduction of fear, incident of crime, and improvement in the quality of life. Okay, moreover, okay, from the literature just now, actually this study want to look in terms of the physical, in terms of the urban morphology, connection with the safety in terms of the SEPTED. Okay, this is all the component under urban morphology, and this one is all the component under SEPTED. Okay, so I want to look the connection between these two. Okay, in terms of the methodology, this study using qualitative approach of a single case study, UTMKL. Okay, there is different techniques, okay, get strangulated, okay, to get the result. Okay, so in terms of methodology, actually, is correspond to the layout, yeah, this the layout and configuration of the urban form. Okay, this is all the urban form. where the urban form is the physical structure and pattern of urban element inside the campus. Okay, you can see that from 1955 until year 2020, the physical layout have evolved. Okay, so that somehow is important to find ways to meet this significant post-pandemic design strategies, to define the external spaces, all this void to promote safety while offering accessible environment. Okay, from the result and discussion, okay, the result shows that all these 6 elements of the septet need to be applied in combination to this physical element. Okay, for example, for the land use, you need to have all these components to support this land use in terms to have to become safe, to promote safety. Okay, so I will discuss this further. Okay, for example, in UTM KL, in terms of the land use, you can see that there is 2 approach, okay, for the territorial reinforcement. Okay, the first one, this one is the new mixed development. You can see that there is no fencing here, using symbolic barriers, okay, in terms of landscape and signages. But okay, the most of the campus using real barriers of fencing this type for all the perimeter campus boundary. This is because, okay, this one is the mixed development. This one is mostly single-use building, okay, scattered single-use building. Okay, so this concept of defensible enclave actually, Hillier contends that actually is prevent natural movement of user through spaces. Even Jacob also said that if natural presence of people is eliminated, the greater danger will be. Somehow, Carmona mentioned that when the environment is high density with mixed use, then the design strategies you can use symbolic barriers with eyes on street with natural surveillance. But however, when the density is low, okay, you need to have this defensible space to ensure the safety of the people and property within the defined area, as it reflects in UTM KL. Okay, moreover, this one is on the street pattern. You can see that this mixed development is a freely accessed. Okay, while on this one you have they have so many type of entrances. Okay, from this the main entrance with the gateway and the second entrance, and also these are the all the closed gate which are open only for emergency maintenance or some occasion. Okay, the D part is on the the entrance with schedule, and the E is gate but freely access for the surrounding community to use this mosque. Okay, so we can see that all when you have this territorial, you need to control all the access. Okay, inside here, okay, we can see actually there is an old development compared to new development here. Okay, the old development put all the street on the perimeter, okay, with the parking also on the perimeter, compared to this new development where the road is scattered and also the parking is scattered. So somehow it creates all the urban spaces also be fragmented, where there is a conflict between pedestrian and vehicle. Okay. Next, in terms of your plot pattern, can see that actually due after time when the urban form evolve, there is a change of earlier form. Okay, for example, there is a new block, okay, in the courtyard here. You can see this is example here, 2-story block. Okay, somehow this expansion can reduce the visual permeability, that reduce the natural surveillance. Moreover, in terms of there is expansion that shows some ad hoc planning. Okay, this is the this part you can see that actually is a very dark and gloomy spaces without not enough natural lighting or even artificial lighting. Okay, even it can support activity for natural surveillance. Okay, previous scholars has mentioned that safe spot need higher level of visibility and low levels of refuge. Okay, next, in terms of building structure. Okay, some campus building last longer due to historical and architectural significance. Okay, however, Arabi has mentioned that high numbers of crime are hidden in the backdrop of historic building. Okay, beside that, Charity is discussing about the historic building need to comply certain historic building act that can challenge to the septic intervention in terms of the safety. Okay, so beside that, in terms of the building design, we can see that there is a less transparency on the ground floor, maybe because of the aesthetic, architectural aesthetic, or because of the function. This is the lab. Okay, somehow, Stuart mentioned that this blind wall may reduce natural surveillance. Okay?
You have 1 minute left.
Okay.
You have 1 minute left.
1 minute left. Okay, so this is the building structure. Okay, so next is the soft spaces. We can see that they have this padang and this new development. So somehow this facade, the facade of this building is not sensitive to this padang. Okay, it's island planning. Okay, they're using all this blank wall, car park, reduce, so it's not support all the activities for the external environment. So actually, this post-pandemic design, we need to be flexible in design. Okay. As a conclusion, we can see that it's significant for UTM-KL to enhance their physical environment, respond to local context and combine multiple environmental design approach. Okay, greater flexibility, adaptable and robustness of vital external spaces are important in finding new normal. So implication of good design strategy with SEPTEC will ensure this campus becomes successful public places that meet the post-pandemic design to support good mental and well-being and also to improve the quality of life. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Cynthia.
Thank you.
Vincent Zalmani.
Yeah.
technique in particular, and that is expressive writing. So what is expressive writing? Expressive writing is a form of therapy in which individuals write about their thoughts, about their feelings related to personally traumatic life experience, or it can also be a good experience. So unlike communicative form of writing, expressive writing is personal, free-flowing, and informal, often without regard for style, spelling, punctuation, and grammar. So past studies, previous studies have linked like writing about positive issues can lead to several benefits, advantages such as reduced anxiety, improved life satisfaction, or even fewer visits to health centers. Even in some contexts in the Malaysian populations, expressive writing, particularly positive experience, has been reported to significantly reduce depressive symptoms, such as energy loss. But how can expressive writing reduce depressive symptoms? Well, one way to explain is by using Broden and Butte theory. This theory explains that one of the most significant predictive factors toward depression is positive emotions. This emotion boosts an individual's receptivity to meaning, which increases the likelihood of finding more significant event and experiencing even more favorable emotions, such as, for instance, when you engage in expressive writing, for instance, you think about your past experience where you hang out with your friends, when you like watching video games or playing video games, watching shows. When you think about it and experience that moment, you engage in a positive emotion such as joy. You feel joy because you can still like have fun with your friends or contentment, and this help you. And these positive emotions help you to reduce the depressive symptoms because you like more positivity in that sense. So yep, moving on to the research questions, hypothesis method. So based on the previous explanations, we come up with a research question that is which type of expressive writing and their underlying theme will negatively affect depressive symptoms. Based on the theoretical framework and past literature review, we hypothesize that positive expressive writing will significantly reduce depressive symptoms more effectively as compared to other types. So this is the method that we use. We recruited 45 young adult participants, 70 females and 28 males, between 20 to 28 years old, were not diagnosed with any psychological disorder or participate in any counseling. In this study, we used two analysis methods. One is 4x2 mixed ANOVA for the quantitative research, and the second one is thematic analysis for the qualitative research. So yes, for the design, we use a randomized pretest protest experimental design. Well, our dependent variable, which is depressive symptoms, we measure by using patient health questionnaire scale. While for the independent variable, which is expressive writing, we ask participants to perform expressive writing tasks with different writing topics according to the instance of past research. So they are divided into 4 groups, 4 conditions, which is one is positive expressive writing, then there is a negative expressive writing, and then there is a mixed expressive writing and best future outcomes. So they were asked to reflect and write down their deepest thoughts and feelings without concern about grammatical mistakes. For instance, for positive writing, they asked to write about positive experience, while negative expressive writing, they asked about negative experience, and mixed is the combination of positive and negative, while the best future outcomes is basically imagination at this point. They were asked to imagine the best future that they come up, that can happen in the future for them. So yeah, let's move on to the results and the discussion. So the first one, let's see the quantitative results. The first table, which is the mean score, I can see here. During the pre-treatment, I can see positive expression writing has the highest mean score, which is 9.40, followed by mixed expression writing, and then negative expression writing and best future outcomes writing. It means that during this pre-treatment, positive expression has the highest depressive symptoms, then followed by mixed and negative and best future outcomes. However, after that, during the post-treatment, there's a reduction in the score, the mean score, as you can see here. It reduced and becomes 5.60. Also the same with best future outcomes. You can see there's a reduction in the mean score. While negative and mixed, there's no reduction. In fact, there's an increase in the mean score. It means that after post-treatment, positive expressive writing, we can assume that after that positive expressive writing and best future outcomes, they have a reduction in depressive symptoms. So it means that positive expression is not the highest anymore in this post-treatment, it's the lowest in that case. Then let's move on to the ANOVA results. As you can see here, we didn't find any significant main impact of expressive writing on depressive symptoms. As you can see, the p-value is above 0.5, yes, sorry. And the time as well, you can see here, above 0.5. However, we find a significant interaction effect between time and expressive writing on the depressive symptoms. As you can see here, it below 0.5. It indicated that there were significant changes in depressive symptoms from pre and post-treatment in the one of the expressive writing group. Then we further analyze it again by using simple main effect analysis using Bonferroni correction. It indicated that only positive expressive writing have a significant reduction in depressive symptoms, while best future outcomes did not have any significant changes, like no reductions. While we can see that negative and mixed, there are no reduction at all. So hence it supported, hence our hypothesis that saying positive expressive writing has significant reduction in depressive symptoms as compared to other writing is supported. So moving on to the next one. So now we focus on the qualitative results. So sorry. In this qualitative result, we found there are actually 8 themes that can help to reduce depressive symptoms when it comes to positive writing, positive expressive writing. So the first one in companionship. Actually, there are 2 subthemes in here. There's family and friends. Previous studies suggested that writing about positive experiences could reinforce positive emotions, right? Hence, writing about this experience could lower participant depressive symptoms by increasing social connectedness and purchase social support. As you can see, one of the samples here, it says that my father replied to me, money is not that important. It kind of refers that their father like these participants is more important than the money according to the father. And when you feel like, and you think about it, they will feel like they are loved, like care, because they are more important than any other else. It improves their their perceived social support. They feel like they're socially supported. Same with this one, when like they say, I have a spontaneous chat with friends, hanging out. It kind of improves your social connectivity because you feel social connected at that moment when you think about it, and you try to re-experience that. Hence, yes, this combination can help to improve, to reduce depressive symptoms. The next one is mattering. So we also found that perceived mattering usually refers to one's perception of being important to others. Past research reported that perceived mattering negative associated with depression symptoms. This can also be explained by using the same explanation as before. So when you feel like you matter to other people, you feel like you are cared, you are loved, and you are loved, you are obviously engaging in a positive emotions, right? Because you are cared. So this positive emotion helps you to reduce depressive symptoms in that way, like being noticed by others and being loved. Moving on, the third one is gratitude. So there are two sub-themes, satisfaction and bless. So previous study has found that gratitude and satisfaction with life are negatively associated with depression symptoms. Gratitude led participants to interpret any life event positively. Therefore, contrast with characteristic of depression, which is, focus on negative aspect like their self, future, and life. So when you engaging in expressive writing and you write about feeling gratitude, like how you once before pandemic you still be able to hang out with your friends. Maybe when you re-experience that moment, you kind of at the present when you engage in positive expressive writing, you kind of it helps you to feel more gratitude again, because it maybe makes you think that maybe at the moment there's so much to be grateful, also so much to be you are blessed. There's more satisfaction that you can find. Hence, it may help to reduce your depressive symptoms. So the next one is positive emotions. So writing about past positive emotions will help participants to enhance their positive emotion in the present moment, which might buffer the negative effect of lack of positive emotion in depressions. So when you think about being happy, once you like in the past where you hang out with your family, or I don't know, going somewhere vacation, you feel happy. When you feel, and because in this especially when you ask to re-experience that moment again, right? So when you think about it deeply and you feel that moment again, maybe you will come up with, maybe you can feel happy again in the present moment, because you think about how you were happy in the past. So yep, it also can help to reduce depressive symptoms in that way. Well, the fifth one is energetic. There are two sub-themes, excitement and
Effendi, can you quickly conclude your presentation, because it's already more than 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So, yep, there are energetic, same with previous. So when you feel like you're writing about energetic, we might feel energetic to reduce your depressive symptoms. So the next one is motivation, the same thing. We also found that motivation helps to reduce depressive symptoms. And the next one is realizations. And I think, time's up. So the last one is delicious food. So yes, in conclusion, that's also in conclusion, we found that our hypothesis is supported, that positive expression actually has significant reduction compared to others. And we also found there's 8 themes that help to reduce depression when it comes to positive expressive writing. So that's all for this presentation. So reference, raw data, and complete results are available upon request as stated in this. You can see here. So thank you. And that will be the end of this presentation. I'm sorry, you're muted.
Dr. Jayanti, you still on mute?
You're muted, sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. So thank you very much, Mr. Effendi. So it's a very informative presentation. And now we would like to open the session for questions and answers. So is there any questions from the participants? You can also actually give your comments to the speaker. So I think there's no question for you, Mr. Effendi. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So I think the next presentation should be from for me. So, yep. So let me share the screen. Mr. Andika, sorry, I'm not very sure. Is it I have to share the screen? I cannot
yet.
open my see, I cannot open my PowerPoint. Is it?
You can share your screen, Dr. Jayanti, but we didn't see your screen or your presentation.
Okay.
Okay, this
Can you
process.
see now?
Still,
Okay.
still processing.
Okay.
Okay.
How about now? Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Still processing, Dr. Jayanti.
Just give it seems my it decided to hang. Let me see. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we can see. Dr.
Okay, you can see, right? So
Please.
let me open the first. Okay, is it okay now?
Perfect.
Yeah, it's fine now.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm Dr. Jayanti from the Inti International University, Malaysia. So today I'm going to actually present my research findings. Basically, the title of my research is on the selective blending of Proteobacteria species for the bioremediation of metals in the leachate contaminated soil. Okay, this is basically the introduction. Okay, as we all know, the generation of waste is unavoidable, right, in our daily life. And what is the main factors that actually influence the generation of waste is basically the growth in nations, higher living standards, urbanization, and various type of industrial processes. Okay, for example, in Malaysia, we generate about the 1.3 kg per capita per day. And when we even compare the generation of waste in Malaysia, other Asian countries can go up to the 4 kilo per capita per day. For example, Singapore. Okay, so basically that is the generation on the waste generated. So again, when we are talking about the different treatment of waste, okay, landfill is the most preferred method. So remember, there's a different hierarchy on the treatment of municipal solid waste. So landfilling is the most preferred method, basically in most of the Asian countries, yeah. And in Malaysia, we have about 170 landfills, and basically 156 landfills are non-sanitary landfills, whereas the remaining 14 are the sanitary landfills. So the major difference between these two landfills are actually the non-sanitary landfills are just open dump, whereas the sanitary landfills are very well equipped, well-engineered landfill with a proper leachate collection system, and they have different layers of this to actually compact the waste. Okay, and is very well engineered. So when we are talking about the waste generation, the major output of the waste are basically landfill and leachate. Okay, so today my presentation basically going to touch on the leachate and the leachate contaminated soil. So basically, when we are talking about the leachate, is the liquid or fluid that is generated waste or basically due to the degradation of waste, soil covers, and also the water that come out from the rain. Okay, so the leachate of the landfill basically very heterogeneous. Okay, they contain various type of the heavy metals and as well as other xenobiotic metals. So my focus for my research focus will be on the metals. So, the landfill basically is an open drum, right? That's why they don't have a proper landfill or leachate collection systems, and also therefore it can actually overflow to the nearby water bodies. So when we are talking about the leachate and the contents, okay, it could be actually reach if we are not taking care on the contamination of the leachate, okay, it can actually reach the water, and of course when it actually reach the water, it could be very when we actually consume the water or the maybe the agricultural products or even the fish, okay, or seafood items, it can actually cause various health issues to the human health. So move on to the impacts of heavy metal. So basically the heavy metals can cause various impacts to the human health, which is the first one is some of the metals like manganese, lead, arsenic and mercury can cause problems to the central nervous system, and some of these metals also can actually affect the kidneys or liver, or some of these also can can cause a significant impact to the skins, okay, your human skins, bones or teeth. Okay, so these are one of the examples of the leachate flow groundwater in Malaysia. So basically how the metal actually reach the human is basically based on the various activities like industrial activities, anthropogenic activities, and the landfilling. So it could actually affect the atmosphere in the form of greenhouse gas emission, and soil and water in the form of leachate. Okay, so somehow it can actually reach the food, and also and then when we actually consume the water or the food, okay, so we will be affected. Okay, so basically this is the diagram on the fate of heavy metals. So how to overcome such issues, okay, such heavy metal issues in the environment. Okay, basically what I try to do is to actually carry out a bioremediation. Bioremediation is a process that actually uses microorganisms to actually detoxify the removal of organic and inorganic xenobiotics from the environment. So my focus will be on the metals. So the metals, when we are talking about the metals, the response of the bacteria communities will actually depends on the concentration and availability of the metals in the environment, and also there's other factors that will actually contribute to the remediation of the metals. Okay, so they are like the metals, the types of metals. We have quite number of metals in the environment, the nature of the medium, whether it's soil or water, and the species of the microbes that can actually help with the remediation. Okay, and microorganisms, okay, they are special microorganisms that actually have the ability to accumulate the heavy metal within their by the organisms. So that process is called bioaccumulation. Okay, and then so let's move on. So this is basically the objective of my studies, to isolate, identify, and formulate the potential microbe from the heavy metal contaminated site. And the second objective is to study the potential of the formulated treatments, okay, the bacteria Concertia, for the metal removal in leachate contaminated soil. Okay, so basically these are the methodology of my experiment. So what I did is to actually collect the soils from the landfill, okay, from a selected landfill in Malaysia. So we have done a preliminary studies on this landfill, okay, before we choose this as a study area. So the sample was collected from the several based on the mapping of the landfill. Okay, so we use several USP method for the metal analysis for the soil and leachate. Okay, and for the isolation, I've isolated the microbes using the standard method and identified them using the BILUC Gen 3 microplate protocols. Okay, so basically at this part, which is not actually highlighted, we have done a basic screening test to actually identify which of the microbes that is isolated which is able to actually utilize the metals. Okay, so and then in the third stage, okay, I have actually formulated the microbes, okay, as some protobacteria and no proteobacteria, which basically contain about 18 strains, okay, 18 types of bacteria that is basically isolated from that particular soil as well. And this concentration of 1.8 ABS was actually used. So for the setup of the experiment, we basically use 2 kg of soil with the 10% concentration of inoculum. Okay, why we use the 10% of inoculum is because if we use more than that, the soil will be very moist, and therefore we are not able to the microbes will not able to carry out the remediation process. So this is the A stand for the proteobacteria, B for non-proteobacteria, and C for the control experiments. So the analysis of the metals in the soil was carried out for every 20 days, 400 days, and this is the how the rate of metal uptake was actually calculated using the first order kinetic models. Okay, so move on to the next part, which is the results and discussion. So basically, this is the concentration of the metal in the the concentration of metals and other test parameters for the leachate of the Taman Beringin landfill. So as compared to the standards that is given by the environmental quality regulations, okay, we can see that some of this that is highlighted in red shows exceeded the prescribed limited by the standard quality given by the Environmental Quality Act regulations. So move on to the characterization of the soil. So basically this is the concentration of soil. So we will be focusing on the metal concentrations. So for the next part is the what we call the concertia that is used for the experiment. So I used treatment A, which is stand for the proteobacteria. Okay, treatment B is for the non-proteobacteria, and treatment C is to actually yes.
Yes. Your time is up, so you need to
conclude. Okay.
Conclude your presentation.
Okay. So this is the control experiment. So move on to the landfills, the remediation experiment. Okay, I'll just quickly conclude this. Okay, so there's 5 methods that I've studied. So you can see the treatment A, which is basically the proteobacteria, shows 61% of reductions. Okay, now for the copper is 64% of reductions, and for the zinc, okay, treatment A also shows a 53% of reduction, and treatment A as well for manganese shows the highest reduction of 47%. And for chromium is about 61%. Okay, that is also the same proteobacteria. And as for the discussion part, okay, so I will quickly conclude. So basically, the proteobacteria shows higher metal reduction as compared to the non-proteobacteria, and as well as the control experiment. That means in most cases, the the proteobacteria showed almost 50% higher removal of the said materials, and the resistance of microbes can be very important. Okay, because with the help of the metals that presents in the soil, they can actually use them as a carbon source, and the microbes can be some of the microbes can be sensitive to a specific metals, but can be tolerable to another one. Okay, and proteobacteria as shown to accumulate higher concentration of metal as compared to other treatments. And this is for the rate of removal for different treatments. So basically the highest removal rate was found to be calculated for the copper. Okay, and the half-life, Okay, the half-life is the shortest for them to actually reduce the concentration of metal to half is 69.3 days. Okay, so this is the conclusion. So I conclude that the proteobacteria actually add to reduce the metal concentration in the contaminated site higher than the other groups of bacteria and as well as the control bacteria. Thank you. And sorry for taking your sorry for taking a longer time.
To interpret the data, for example, I mentioned what's that?
Time is up.
Time's up.
The time is up for question and answer, but I think you can finish your thoughts so that at least.
Yeah, no, because I was just saying in satellite imaging is one of the ways to look at illegal dumping of waste. So they take the satellite image from satellite, and this image will have to be deciphered. They have to use artificial intelligence to understand the image. You understand? So that is where AI is used. Use a lot
Thank
of
you.
algorithms.
Thank you, Datu, for your presentation. Thank you, Dr. Lita, for that thoughtful question. All right, we appreciate it. But the only concern I have with this, AI thing is people in the city begin to lose their independence because there is camera everywhere, there is sensor everywhere that reports whatever you do. So I believe that
you become famous because all your pictures appear everywhere.
All right, thank you so much. So we want to go to the last presenter, Ashril.
Okay, I stopped sharing.
Ashril.
Excuse me, Dr. Ulutobi, but I'm afraid Ashri cannot present today because she's on a survey in Mentawai in Sumatra.
All right, if Ashri is not in, is Abubakar confirmed not to be in also? The first...
Oh yeah, and we also cannot contact Mr. Abubakar, so I think all of our presenters have presented for today.
All right, that is great. So thank you for your presentation and the contribution to all our presenters. So we want to give special thanks to our audience for coming to actually listen to our presenter. We appreciate that. I think maybe before I hand over to the co-chair, there is a link there where we can nominate our best presenter. So I would enjoy us to make use of that link. We have listened to the presentation. We should just go ahead and nominate whoever we think has given the best presentation. Thank you. Over to Mr. Sebastian.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Olutobi. 1 second. Okay, thank you, Dr. Olutobi, for your time. Okay, for everyone else, thank you for attending our session today, and especially thank you for Dr. Olutobi Kubenga Ayekbusi for leading our session today. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are approaching the end of our session. And also the respected session chair, presenters, and audience, we are honored to have you today. On behalf of the 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference Committee, I would like to extend gratitude for your kind participation and support. See you on the second day of the 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main session of this event. Thank you very much for
Recording in progress.
Our organizing committee would like to extend our gratitude to all of you, our session chairs, our presenters, our co-chairs, and here still with us, our chairman of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. Thank you, everyone. So I would like to give you some information about tomorrow's event. So IT, could you please? So tomorrow's event, we will have another 7 different parallel sessions for the parallel presentation 2 that will be started at 9 a.m. Western Indonesian time on October 27th. Yes, tomorrow. Please, for our presenters and our session chairs to be informed in our abstract book and our event schedule book. And the next one is the parallel presentation session 3 that also will be held tomorrow on October 27, 2021, and it will be started at 12:30 Western Indonesian time. Tomorrow we will also have the closing ceremony, and our closing ceremony will be held at 15:30 Western Indonesian time. We will have another exciting plenary sessions, and we will also have a closing ceremony as well as the conference awards announcement. So I hope we could see you all there tomorrow. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to extend appreciations and also gratitude to everyone that involved in this conference organizations, either directly or indirectly. And we hope everyone have a good time with us, and see you tomorrow at the 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Happy conferencing.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Victorina. See you tomorrow.